seeks to, among other aspects, improve matters to do with wildlife conservation in the country. The County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2021, is also lined up for debate. A couple of motions are also set to be moved before the floor of the House. One of such motions is the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Health. This is into the inquiry into allegations of irregularities by the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. The House will also be debating the Community Health Services Bill. It's a bill by Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, and the bill by Senator Zani seeks to provide a framework for the effective delivery of integrated as well as comprehensive and quality community health services at the county level of the government. The bill also seeks to enhance community access to the basic health facilities, as well as provide a framework for the coordinated implementation. This is of policies and standards formulated by the national government, as well as by the county government pursuant to this act, for the realization of the right to health at the community level. The Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Bill, it's a bill by by Senator Zani, is also lined up for debate in this particular afternoon session, and the bill seeks to ensure that there is accountability of other arms of government. This is to Parliament. And the Senator notes that it's necessary for democratic governance that it be anchored on the fundamental principle that Parliament represents the will of the people as well as exercises sovereignty. This broadcast is equally available on our YouTube channel, on Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit channel, as well as on Senate of Kenya, as well as on KBC Channel 1. There will also be a motion to adjourn the House that pursuant to Standing Orders number 28 as well as 29, the Senate do adjourn until the 6th of July 2021. Pursuant to Standing Orders number 47A, subsection 1, the Senator for Vihiga County, Senator George Haniri, will be making a statement concerning the third wave of COVID-19, a global pandemic, and the concerns raised about its vaccine. Similarly, the Senator will be making a statement. This is concerning the increased rate of unemployment that has been caused by the COVID-19 global pandemic. Nominated Senator Sylvia Kasanga will be making a statement in regards to the activities of the Forum of Parliaments of members of the state. This is of international conferences on the Great Lakes region for the year 2020. Nominated Senator Gertrude Musuruve, will be making a statement concerning menstrual health management. Pursuant to Standing Orders 48, subsection 1, the Senator for Lamu, Senator Anwar Loitiptip, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee. This is on matters to do with national security, defense, and foreign relations in regards to the maritime border disputes in the Indian Ocean between Kenya and Somalia. The Senator for Murang'a County, that is Senator Irongo Kangata, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the cancellation of tender. This is for the supply, delivery, as well as installation and commissioning of enterprise resource, planning, and claims of the management system. The business of the House is just about to commence. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Ken Lusaka, is just making his way into the chamber. I'll now hand you over for the live broadcast. My name is Gladys Mungai. Enjoy your viewing. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Order, senators. Let us order.
Order number 5, papers.
What are the papers? Okay, let's move on. The papers will be laid. We'll come back to that. Yes, yes.
Order number 6, notice of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Honorable Senators, we shall come back to the statements later. I'll rearrange the order paper. Next order.
Order number 8, the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2020, second reading, division.
We don't have numbers yet. Can we move on?
Order number 9, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2020, second reading, division.
Okay, we shall come back to that. We don't have numbers. Next.
Order number 10, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2021, second reading, division.
We'll come to that. Next order. Okay, because of numbers, we cannot proceed with the Committee of the Whole, so we go to next order, order number 12.
Order number 12, motion, adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the conferment of city status to Nakuru Municipality.
Chair.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the conferment of city status to Nakuru Municipality, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 25th of May 2021, and pursuant to Section 8(6) of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, approves the conferment of city status to Nakuru Municipality. Mr. Speaker, as I move...
What's your point of order, Senator Kipchumba?
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I didn't want to disturb my chair. Just when you said we will go for division later, my assumption was that later is today, so that we also don't lose numbers on the Kara issue. And then
I made later today, yes. Thank you for that correction. So the whips should be able to be active. What's your point of order, Senator Wambua?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that report was tabled last week, but can I request, Mr. Speaker, that we be supplied with copies of that report? Hard copies, please, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I'm told they're in the iPads. Yes, just try to check. As they get a few, they'll get a few, give the members who are here. Yes, proceed, Senator Kajwang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also request that as the copies are being distributed, the annexures should also be distributed because they hold some very important information that would inform the debate today. Mr. Speaker, on 7th of November 2019, the Clerk of the County Assembly of Nakuru conveyed to the Clerk of the Senate the resolution of the County Assembly to adopt the report of the Ad Hoc Committee recommending the conferment of city status to Nakuru Municipality. Mr. Speaker, you convened a sitting on 21st of November where you issued communication on the same and referred the matter to the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations for consideration. And so, Mr. Speaker, the matter that we are reporting on today came to the House on the 21st of November 2019. Unfortunately, the Urban Areas and Cities Act does not have a timeline for Senate's consideration of the request by a municipality to be made a city. But all the same, Mr. Speaker, I do recall that you are directed that the matter should have been concluded in 60 days, and our report was due on 25th of February 2020. Mr. Speaker, in a bicameral parliament, this is the only responsibility where the Senate is not subjected to the National Assembly. Once we make a resolution today that we do agree with the report of the committee that Nakuru municipality becomes a city, Mr. Speaker, you shall walk alone to State House, not with the Speaker of the National Assembly. You shall go direct to State House to deliver the resolution to the President. And after that, the President may issue a charter and make Nakuru a city. Mr. Speaker, the process of a municipality becoming a city is well defined in the Constitution, Article 184, that calls for national legislation to provide for classification and conferment of status of cities and urban areas. Mr. Speaker, the national legislation that is referred to in Article 184 of the Constitution is the Urban Areas and Cities Act. And I think that the people who came up with this act, they recognize the important role of the Senate in matters to do with devolution. The process starts when the municipality board writes to the CEC that they wish to be upgraded to a city. Mr. Speaker, once the CEC receives a request from the municipality board, the CEC advises the governor that they proceed, and the governor establishes an ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee at the county level has representation from the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, representation from the Law Society of Kenya, representation from the Institute of Surveyors, Institute of Planners, Institute of Architects, and the business community. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, when this matter starts, it is initiated by the municipality board and referred to a team of experts, which is then called an ad hoc committee. Mr. Speaker, once the ad hoc committee establishes that the municipality is fit to become a city in line with the criteria set out in the Urban Areas and Cities Act, the county assembly receives that resolution. If the assembly is convinced, then the assembly conveys a resolution to the governor, who then causes the clerk of the assembly to inform the Senate of that resolution. When the Senate processes the application, the matter goes to the President. And Mr. Speaker, this process is so elaborate, and this process respects and recognizes the important role of the Assembly and the important role of the Senate. And in subsequent discussions, when we're talking about other issues like transfer of functions from one level of government to the other, we want the process to mirror what is there in the Urban Areas and Cities Act. Mr. Speaker, when you referred this matter to the Standing Committee on Devolution, the committee set out its work schedule to include the following: consideration of the ad hoc committee report recommending the conferment of city status to Nakuru municipality. The committee met with the county government, which is the executive, and the Nakuru municipality board. The committee undertook a study visit to Nakuru County to assess the state of preparedness of the Nakuru municipality on the proposed conferment to city status. When the committee visited Nakuru, they visited the fire station, or we visited the fire station, recreational and bus parks, the Nakuru Provincial General Hospital Level 5, the dump site, the coal manufacturing plant, Lanet Airstrip, among other sites that are a requirement under the Urban Areas and Cities Act. At this visit, the committee undertook to take a tour of the municipality to observe the traffic management within the municipality, and the committee also met the Nakuru County Assembly Speaker and the County Assembly Committee on Lands, Housing and Urban Development. During the consideration of the matter, Mr. Speaker, the committee held a total of 7 sittings, 1 study visit to Nakuru, and a retreat to consider and adopt its report. The committee also considered the report of the ad hoc committee that had recommended initially the conferment of city status to Nakuru municipality. Mr. Speaker, sir, in addition, the committee was guided by the provisions of the law, especially Article 184 and Sections 3, 5, 8, and 60 of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, number 13 of 2011. The committee further extended its mandate and considered the local cities, which is Nairobi City, Mombasa City, and Kisumu City, and also did a comparative study on the conferment of city status in the Philippines and the United Kingdom. And if you read the report, honorable members, you will find that the process of conferment of city status varies from one jurisdiction to the other, but in our case, we have very clear guidance in the Urban Areas and Cities Act. In considering all matters pertaining to this request, the committee made the following observations. Number one, that the Nakuru municipality population of 367,183 surpasses the required threshold of 250,000 as per the criteria set in the Urban Areas and Cities Act. Number two, the committee observed that local revenue generated in the past 3 financial years demonstrated the capacity and potential of Nakuru in revenue generation and collection, and that it could sustain its operations as per the criteria set in the relevant statute. And Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that Nakuru County recently established a revenue authority to ensure that the on-source revenue collection is rationalized and optimized. Number three, the committee observed that the rationale for conferring city status should be beneficial to the residents of Nakuru by ensuring the economic and social well-being is taken care of. And Mr. Speaker, there was concern that the city would drive up the cost of living. There was concern that rates would go up. And there was concern that perhaps some land would be acquired to ensure that the new city has got adequate land for its expansion. But when we looked at the entire picture, Mr. Speaker, we realized that when municipalities are upgraded to a city, the benefits far outweigh the negatives. Mr. Speaker, Nakuru municipality has experienced urban sprawl, an increase in population, which has brought about a strain in physical infrastructure and social amenities. We observed that there is need for public sensitization to be done on the need to keep off public land, which is a big problem in Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, those who are familiar with Nakuru, I think Kenya Railways has as much land there as it has in Kisumu, but there's a lot of acquisition and grabbing, illegal acquisition of public land. Mr. Speaker, the growth and development of Nakuru municipality is guided by the Nakuru Strategic Structure Plan of 2001, which was expiring in 2021. And so the committee recommended that the County Assembly should come up with a new development plan and prepare implementation framework of the same. Mr. Speaker, we looked at the matter of traffic in the municipality, which was a key issue even in the public hearings. The committee observed the urgent need for traffic separation, safety and control measures to be put in place.
Let's consult in low tones, order, senators.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This includes proper use of zebra crossing and road signage, pedestrian ways and pavements to be properly designated and provided, and the same can be enforced through county legislation. Mr. Speaker, we also observed that there is lack of critical facilities. For example, the cemetery, disaster preparedness, county-owned public theatre, inadequate sanitation and stormwater drainage, which needs urgent and immediate action if the conferment to city is to have valuable or meaningful effect. But, Mr. Speaker, on that, we also observed that the cities that are already established are also suffering from similar deficiencies. That while Nairobi has a cemetery, perhaps it is not sufficient for the population. While Nairobi has got sanitation and stormwater drainage, it is not sufficient and it does not serve all citizens. We also observed that there is need to build institutional, competent human resource infrastructure and financial capacity in all departments to adequately deliver services. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why this report came late to the House is that when we were ready to table a report, the Labour Committee was seized of a petition that was brought to this House. In that petition regarding street children, the petition was brought to the House on 27th of February 2019. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners averred that 41 children had been rounded up in Nakuru, detained, and dropped into Chemasusu forest, and dropped and dispersed 1 kilometer apart. Mr. Speaker, it was reported that 36 children were recovered while 5 remained unaccounted for. When the Labour Committee went to consider the petition, they replied to the petitioners and confirmed that indeed it would appear that the allegations raised by the petitioners were verifiable. Mr. Speaker, the Labour Committee, in its recommendations, observed that the process of conferment of city status should be put on hold until the matter of street children was resolved. Mr. Speaker, we wrote to Nakuru County Government We provided them with a copy of the Labour Committee report on the petition. We framed specific questions that we needed them to address to assure the Senate that they are taking proactive measures to ensure that the rights of street children are respected. Mr. Speaker, when the county government of Nakuru responded, and that's why I wanted the annexures to be part of the report so that you can see the letter from the county government of Nakuru, they gave us proactive measures that they are taking to ensure that street children are protected and their rights safeguarded. Mr. Speaker, the county government of Nakuru did not address itself specifically to the issue of the children who are reported to have been unaccounted for. Mr. Speaker, the committee in its report has indicated that the matter of street children as raised by the Labour Committee even though the county government responded, the committee was not convinced that the issues that were raised by the Labour Committee had been addressed. The committee therefore recommended that the Labour Committee, in its implementation matrix, should continue pursuing the matter. In addition, the committee recommended that the Labour Committee can pursue other avenues of dealing with criminal activities like this one, because, Mr. Speaker, if indeed it is confirmed that 5 children were unaccounted for, that would be forced disappearance, that would be a criminal action, and that will be a matter for the DCI and other competent bodies to pursue. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the committee did not absolve the county government of Nakuru.
There's a point of order. Senator, who can see Mutula Kilonzo?
Mr. Speaker, this issue that the chairman is talking about bothers me a little bit, and I will explain why. Mr. Speaker, I was present in Nakuru in a rehabilitation center run by Honorable John Mutudo, where we found the 36 children that had been rescued from the forest, and 5 of them had disappeared. Now, it's not correct to say if it is proved. It's actually a fact that these children, Mr. Speaker, had been rounded up by the Nakuru County government and taken at night and dumped in a forest. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like you to help us, because a committee of this House has found that there is a problem with this issue and it ought to be addressed. Mr. Speaker, the committee that was leading this, in fact, this question of these children, in fact found, Mr. Speaker, that the report given by the Nakuru County government was not satisfactory. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned, and it's important you guide us. Now, if one committee, although in the standing orders, the report of the Committee on Labour is not a resolution of the Senate, but we have a report where the governor of Nakuru refused to attend the committee that was investigating this issue. So the chairman cannot say it is apparent, or if it is proved, or if that the facts are brought, because that fact, Mr. Speaker, has been confirmed not only by the petitioners, but by senators, including myself, who witnessed and listened to those children who had been dumped in the forest. We would like a direction on those issues. And it's not enough, Mr. Speaker, to say that action should be taken. Criminal action should be visited on somebody, and this Senate cannot pussyfoot around that issue. There is blood on the officers at County Government of Nakuru, Mr. Speaker. And this Senate, Mr. Speaker, cannot ignore that issue. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, in terms of making a determination, if this committee has not addressed this issue, then it cannot get into a detail if they have not made a recommendation for us to pass.
Oh, okay. Until you're getting into the merits of the report, you'll get time.
So, Mr. Speaker, before this matter is concluded, we would like your direction on how 2 committees can have 2 contradictory findings. One committee says suspend, the other side says proceed.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kipchumba, what's your point of?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I was wondering what was the point of order until Senator Mutula concluded with it by saying that we need your directions on the two reports. But as a member of the committee and being part of the team that considered this report, thereafter, because the work had been done before we were put in that committee, it occurred to us, Mr. Speaker, that the case of the street children was a petition. And there is a manner in which the Senate handles petitions. And that's why in the report, we went ahead and said we cannot countermand the decisions of a different committee of the House in terms of oversighting that particular responsibility. So I just wanted to inform Senator Mutula, to the extent that the committee refused to clear the county government on the issue of street children, it was in respecting the committee of the committees in this House and respecting the jurisdiction of another committee in this House. So that doesn't look like there are two reports in the chambers, one coming to say whatever the other committee said about street children, let's ignore it, and another saying the issue of the street children should be investigated. So we were careful not to, Mr. Speaker, overreach the responsibility of one of the committees of the House.
See a point of order, Senator Wetangula.
Mr. Speaker, I'm also very concerned. The care that the distinguished senator for Elgeyo Marakwet is telling us is not the care that the chair of the committee is exhibiting on the floor. It's totally different. Mr. Speaker, we have a report of the Committee of Labor coming out of a petition by concerned citizens of Nakuru that children were rounded up, collected, and dumped in a forest full of wildlife beyond Eldama Ravine, and that some children to date have not been accounted for. It is not proper, Mr. Speaker, regardless of the recommendation that we have on the floor, for the chair of the committee, or on behalf of the committee, to start casting aspersions on the findings of the Committee of Labor and say, if it is proved, if it is found, if it happened, when in fact, Mr. Speaker, it's a fact that the committee brought here a report that in fact children were rounded up and dumped in a forest. We don't know whether that act that is evidently criminal was meant to pave the way for what we are discussing, but it was done, it was inhuman, it was criminal, and there's some culpability that must land on somebody. So I want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that you give direction to the chair of this committee that he should not overreach himself and the committee in purporting to clear an issue that is a fact. We are going to debate this report and we'll vote on it. Yes, but for the chairman to start to saying the way he's saying, I join Mutula Kilonzo in urging, Mr. Speaker, that the importance of any report of any committee of this House is sacrosanct.
Thank you so much. I think, Chair, I also want to just order. I just want to say that all committees, there's no superior committee to the other in this House. All committees represent this House and they do their work, and we respect what they have done. So, Chair, be careful not to cast aspersions on another committee. Okay. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will be the last to cast aspersions on any other committee. If you read the report that we have brought to this House, we are saying the response from the county government of Nakuru was less than satisfactory. Mr. Speaker, we are not clearing the county government of Nakuru. We are not objecting or arguing against the Committee of Labour report. What I'm saying is that we must follow up those resolutions. And Mr. Speaker, when you established and when you directed that the devolution committee on 21st of November 2019, Mr. Speaker, you gave us a specific mandate. You gave us a specific mandate to look at the application in line with the Urban Areas and Cities Act. Mr. Speaker, the petition on street children came to this House on 27th of February 2019. 27th of February 2019. You gave us this duty on 21st of November 2019. And I wish if this matter would have been concluded within the 60 days that is required for petitions to be resolved, perhaps this committee would not have initiated anything. But all the same, Mr. Speaker, we are not arguing. There is nowhere in our report where we are clearing the county government of Nakuru. Perhaps it's just a choice of English. Mr. Speaker, in our report, we are saying that the response was less than satisfactory. But we have looked at the criteria that is laid out in the Urban Areas and Cities Act, because that is a statute that governs the conferment of city status on municipalities. Mr. Speaker, having made those observations, the committee therefore made the following recommendations. That, number one, when Nakuru municipality becomes a city, the cost of living should not rise dramatically, and that any proposed increase in taxation should be subjected to thorough public participation and ownership. And these should include adequate sensitization of the general public on the cost benefits. Mr. Speaker, we also recommended that in order to cure the urban sprawl, a review of the boundaries of Nakuru municipality as stipulated in the Urban Areas and Cities Act, which provides a procedure for delineation of boundaries, should be done. Number three, we recommended that in dealing with encroachment of land, the law and good practices ought to be enforced and observed in dealing with businesses that have encroached on public land, and these will help open up public spaces, including drainages. Mr. Speaker, we also recommended to promote community ownership of public projects, transparency, accountability, and public awareness. The committee recommends that the municipal board should implement Section 22 of the Urban Areas and Cities Act by forming institutionalized citizen fora, and the committee recommends that the municipality should constitute and equip a modern planning and development control unit in line with Urban Areas and Cities Act 2011 for sustainable development of the municipality. In considering the submissions of the ad hoc committee and in compliance with the provisions of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, the Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations therefore recommends to the Senate that Nakuru municipality be conferred with city status. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move, and I want to request, in the spirit of bipartisanship, that we apply in the Senate Standing Committee on Devolution to ask the distinguished senator for Elgeyo Marakwet, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, to second.
Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege and honor of handling this matter in various stages. First, as a majority leader, Mr. Speaker, I was part and parcel of the Senate Business Committee when this matter came as a petition from the county government of Nakuru, and you directed the devolution committee, then chaired by Senator Kinyua, to interrogate this matter. In fact, Mr. Speaker, to be fair, it is the committee chaired by Senator Kinyua that started the bulk of the work, and which was inherited later by Senator Moses Kajwang, who is now the chair. And Mr. Speaker, you know what happened in this House. I was forcefully, Mr. Speaker, put into this committee. And I have no much objections because this is home. I used to be the chair. The first responsibility I had when we were elected in this House, that's long before Mutula Kilonzo came here, Junior. Mr. Speaker, I was the chair of the devolution committee. And it is one of the most interesting moments in my life because being a chair of the committee, you do more work in this House than when you are in the leadership, when you are the whip, majority leader. If the crux of the work you do in this House and the legacy you leave in this House is more pronounced in what you do in committee than what you do as a leader of the either side of the political divide in this House. You can easily get the footprints of a committee chair in the Senate and fail to get the footprints of a majority leader, because that is where you do the real work itself in the committee. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, I am very, Mr. Speaker, privileged to be the one seconding this motion. In fact, I dare say, Mr. Speaker, in 2010, after 2010 Constitution was passed, I was privileged again, and I've said over and over again, to serve in the task force on devolved government, where we drafted all these laws on Urban Areas and Cities Act and qualification of towns, municipalities, cities. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the original bill had put a city to be having at least 500,000 inhabitants. And when I was the chair of the devolution committee, we amended the same law to bring it to 250,000 because it was becoming unreasonable. No town in the country was going to achieve the status of a city in the nearest future. And I'm happy that, Mr. Speaker, we have now reached a stage where, as a Senate, at least before the end of our term, we have the responsibility of considering an application from a county. I want to encourage county governments who are also having towns which have qualified to become municipalities to bring those applications here before, Mr. Speaker, our term ends next year, so that if towns like Wote, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how far they have reached. I don't even understand why Machakos has not qualified by this stage to become a city, because I don't think Machakos lacks less than 250,000 people. Mr. Speaker, that becomes part of our work that we do in this city. I don't know when Iten, Mr. Speaker, will qualify to be a municipality. Mr. Speaker, you know Iten is one of those towns that even initially, the initial qualification of a town, it never qualified to be called a town. Because if you look at the jurisdiction of Iten town itself, everybody is there only during the day. At night, Mr. Speaker, there may be no more than 1,000 people in Iten town, yet it is the county headquarters of my county, because most people live either in Eldoret or they go back to their villages, Mr. Speaker. In fact, to make Iten a proper town, you have to combine it up to Tambach, and you know the distance, Mr. Speaker, is a bit long. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility here of approving this city of Nakuru. We looked at the qualifications, Mr. Speaker, or the previous team members, and in our final approval, Mr. Speaker, we looked at the qualification of the Act, as the Chair has recommended. We looked at the issues, Mr. Speaker, that are the importance of Nakuru as a city. It's a city, Mr. Speaker, that it becomes a city as approved by this House. It will be akin to Nairobi, a city that is next to a national park, Mr. Speaker. A city, Mr. Speaker, that is at the center of the country. It has also attracted, Mr. Speaker, people of various communities who live in that very city. Mr. Speaker, Nakuru also provides us an opportunity, when this House approves Nakuru to be a city, the work of making Nakuru a city begins, because the minimum qualifications have just been achieved. The county government of Nakuru will have to work very hard to ensure that the infrastructure within Nakuru town, the Afra Stadium should not just be the only stadium that is in Nakuru. We want to see Nakuru to have 5 or 6 stadiums, Mr. Speaker, that can attract sports people to go and play in Nakuru. Nakuru is planning, Mr. Speaker, and already been recommended and approved for establishing an airport. We want that airport, Mr. Speaker, to be of international standard, where, Mr. Speaker, farmers from the middle part of the country can be able to export their goods. And those farmers include Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Mr. Speaker, who is a renowned farmer in Nakuru County. Mr. Speaker, my only interest in Nakuru is that, Mr. Speaker, I got a wife from Nakuru County. And so it would be part of that, the county, I would call my county in law. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I therefore, because of the interest of time and the business that we have in this House, I want to say this about the various challenges that Nakuru County will have. One of the things they must deal with, as we have captured in the report, is planning. We don't want, Mr. Speaker, another Kibera slums, Mr. Speaker, or Mukuru Kwanjenga or Madare to grow in Nakuru. Already Kaptembo and other parts of Nakuru have slums. Mr. Speaker, it is better when it is only still 300,000 people, 350,000 people, that city is properly planned so that, Mr. Speaker, we do not have the kind of structures that we have and the problems we have in Nairobi. If they don't do that, Mr. Speaker, by the time the population gets to 1 million, we will have a big problem of planning in terms of settlement in Nakuru County. The other thing that the Nakuru County must be able to put in place, Mr. Speaker, is uniqueness of Nakuru as a city. If you go to other cities of the world, you look at the buildings and they're unique. We don't want to have towns that all the buildings, Mr. Speaker, are boxes. The county government of Nakuru must put in place a proper planning department with a clear message to all people who want to invest in Nakuru, that if you want to build an office block, you must come with a unique architectural design. A design that looks like a flamingo, Mr. Speaker, would attract people to go to Nakuru to look at those buildings. But if you have a city, and I'm very glad that Nairobi City has established the upper hill, Mr. Speaker, and generally the upper part, the Kilimani area, not Kilimani per se, community area, Mr. Speaker, new buildings are coming up with unique designs. You don't want to have a city where you have only, this box, these are the box. If you look at Dubai City, Mr. Speaker, you will see every new building has different, Mr. Speaker, design that makes that city unique, have unique buildings that makes that city, Mr. Speaker, attractive to those who visit. We hope that, Mr. Speaker, the planning department will take seriously our recommendation on that regard and ensure that Nakuru has unique, Mr. Speaker, architectural designs beside having properly planned the city. Mr. Speaker, there will be also challenges, and the Senator of Nakuru has been very vocal. Senator Susan Kika has been very vocal, Mr. Speaker, on the questions of challenges that will accompany the establishment of a city in Nakuru. And one of them is, Mr. Speaker, first we discussed the issue of children. You know, a country and a government is judged not by its army, Mr. Speaker, and its might, but how it treats the poor and the marginalized, Mr. Speaker. And we want, Mr. Speaker, the Nakuru County government to take seriously the recommendation of the Labour Committee, and, Mr. Speaker, particularly when it comes to dealing with street children, and not just street children, including the homeless, Mr. Speaker, and the street families, because it's not only children who are living in the streets, it includes families. And those people are in the streets not by their own choice. They have been condemned by poverty, Mr. Speaker, to be in the streets. They should be punished more, Mr. Speaker. It should be the responsibility of the county to put resources to ensure that that city, Mr. Speaker, is able to protect its most vulnerable in the society. Mr. Speaker, that county also must deal with the question of transport. Again, the senator of that county, Senator Susan Kika, has been very vocal on this matter about, Mr. Speaker, and I've seen this in Eldoret and other towns, where public transport is condemned, Mr. Speaker, to some dark, dingy corner, so that when you want to get a matatu, Mr. Speaker, you have to go through a very dark route, Mr. Speaker, to get where you take public transport. In trying to make the city beautiful and attractive, don't chase away, Mr. Speaker, the matatu drivers, the boda, Mr. Speaker, riders, and the citizens. Don't make it so difficult for citizens to get public transport easily. They must be able to designate as many places as possible within the city where people, in a dignified manner, can be able to go there and board their matatu, Mr. Speaker, to go home. Public transport should be something that makes all of us feel very proud that we live in a particular country, we live in this city, so that not everybody should be driving to the city. We are not preparing the city so that you can create a crowd of cars and vehicles in that city. We must make sure that public transport is attractive, Mr. Speaker, to the citizens of that country, and that matatu owners, matatu drivers, Mr. Speaker, feel comfortable that they own the city. The other issue that this city will have to deal with is the question, Mr. Speaker, of land rates. With city status coming, it means, Mr. Speaker, there's a possibility of land rates going up. And, Mr. Speaker, if those land rates go up, the question every citizen of Nakuru, every hustler in Nakuru, will they afford to pay 4%, Mr. Speaker, in Nakuru City, Mr. Speaker, for land rates? Again, the county government must sit down with its county assembly as they work on the legislation on the land rates, Mr. Speaker, of that county, they must consider the affordability of the rates they are going to put in place for a common mwananchi, so that the city does not become a city of the rich, it becomes also a city of a common mwananchi in Nakuru County. Mr. Speaker, as a resident of Rift Valley region, Mr. Speaker, though Elgeyo Marakwet is a little far from Nakuru County, but it was not too far for me when I was getting myself a wife. Mr. Speaker, as a resident of Rift Valley, we want to be very proud and join hands with Senator Susan Kihika and the leadership of Nakuru County in supporting the establishment of a city. I know, Mr. Speaker, the senator of that county has raised a few concerns about the establishment of the city she wanted to be dealt with. But, Mr. Speaker, she has also been lobbying us to put our concerns above, Mr. Speaker, our personal interest, our personal political competition, personal interest, and look at the future of Nakuru as a very attractive city in future. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, because she's also pursuing, Mr. Speaker, leadership, and I've seen she's come here in her status almost well-dressed, Mr. Speaker, to the level of a governor, Mr. Speaker, that if she becomes the governor, Mr. Speaker, and I believe and I hope she will be a governor, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, I'm a full supporter of her candidature. Mr. Speaker, if she becomes the governor, she must take the Hansard, the debate that we've done in this House, the report that has come from this House, and become a champion, Mr. Speaker, of a beautiful and a well-planned city of Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, that can be able to assist and help the people of Nakuru to move forward. I really again want to emphasize, let us encourage as many of our governors as possible to make other applications. It doesn't have to be a city. There can be an application for moving Chwele town, Mr. Speaker, in Bungoma to a level of a municipality, if they qualify. Or Kitale town, Mr. Speaker, if it's a municipality, if it can qualify to be a city, let it be brought to us, so that as a House, we test as much of our responsibility as possible in terms of serving our county government. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to second.
Honorable Senators, I now put the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee. I now propose the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on devolution and intergovernmental relations on the conferment of city status to Nakuru municipality, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 25th May 2021, and pursuant to Section 8.6 of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, approves the conferment of city status to Nakuru municipality. Senator Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to give my views on this report, the report of the Committee on Devolution. Mr. Speaker, Nakuru town was my first workstation after law school when I was posted there as a magistrate, then described as District Magistrate 2. That time, Mr. Speaker, Nakuru was the hotbed of the politics of Kenya. Careers were built and destroyed in Nakuru in no time. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the late Kariuki Chotara used to say, and I quote, serikali ya Nairobi ni ingine, na serikali ya Nakuru ni ingine. That was Nakuru for you, Mr. Speaker. And that time, Nakuru was a very beautiful, clean town. In fact, we used to be taught in primary school that Nakuru was the cleanest railway station in East Africa. Those days, when we were learning geography, the history of the railways and so. So it has a history. It also, Mr. Speaker, has a history of big farmers. We used to be told the story of Delamere mounting his horse in Naivasha and driving it until it collapsed of thirst next to the lake in Nakuru and say, this is the boundary of my land now. That is Nakuru for you, Mr. Speaker. Those days, Mr. Speaker, there was a gentleman called Hezekiah Oyugi. He was the PC of Rift Valley. He was the alpha and the omega of raw power in the management of public affairs. And Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, developed a reputation of being a very good place on one extreme and a very bad place on another extreme. It is also the city, Mr. Speaker, the town, where a member of parliament was charged, prosecuted, and jailed and lost his seat without a complainant, the late Malcolm Withaga. My brother from Pokot remembers all this because even his career was truncated in Nakuru at one time. Mr. Speaker, if you go around the world, you find towns much smaller than Nakuru that have city status. If you go to UK, you go to Cambridge, it's a city, it's a small town. You go to Norwich, it's a city, it's a small town. You go to Coventry, it's a city, it's a small town. You go to Australia, you go to small towns like Banbury in Western Australia, it's a city. Canberra, a small town, it's a city. So it is a question of what we really want. And I've looked at the report by the committee, and I don't know why my brother Moses Kajwan got carried away and made extravagant statements about the children that we were crying for. Because in the report, what he has written is different from what he said here. So I don't know what militated him to say those offensive words. But Mr. Speaker, conferment of a city comes with responsibility. To whom more is given, much more is expected. And if Nakuru goes to get a city status, it becomes our fourth city in the country. I can already see my close neighbors, Eldoret, misdescribing themselves as a city before we confer them the status. Even today in the papers, you're seeing Eldoret City Marathon is coming. I believe, Mr. Speaker, our Bungoma, in another 10 years, should be on this floor seeking to become a city. But we don't want to create cities for the sake of having a city. They must change the landscape, the aesthetics, the value of life in their midst. We should be able to make, Mr. Speaker, a situation where anybody driving from Kericho entering Nakuru sees the difference between a town and a city. Anybody driving from Naivasha entering Nakuru should feel the difference between the town of Naivasha and the city. And this, Mr. Speaker, you know, in the old days in the UK, and Mutula, I'm sure you remember this, you would not be conferred city status if you didn't have a cathedral, if you didn't have a public library, and if you didn't have good, well-managed public parks for people to recreate. Where is the Hyde Park of Nakuru? Where is the Central Park of Nakuru? Where is the City Park of Nakuru? We want, Mr. Speaker, as this status comes, greater responsibility must be bestowed on the shoulders of the managers of Nakuru, not to exert brutality on the citizens to create space for these facilities, but to acquire space and create these facilities for the citizens of Nakuru. I was horrified, Mr. Speaker, the amount of brutality I saw meted on people who had invested on railway land in Nakuru. It was horrifying. And some of them have come to consult me, Mr. Speaker, in dual capacity as a leader and as a lawyer. And you look at their papers, they had long-term leases from railways. They had paid railways rent for the land. Railways had concurred with their development programs together with the municipality, and some had leases for as long as 50 years. If the destruction of property was meant, Mr. Speaker, to accelerate this confinement, then it was a wrong turn. And it shouldn't be encouraged. I hope those people whose properties were destroyed have exercised their rights and gone to courts of law, because the documents I've seen from some of them have not only arguable cases but overwhelming cases for compensation, particularly from Kenya Railways. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the managers of Nakuru, including my friend's daughter, Senator Susan Kihika, that now you must exhibit your leadership. We don't want, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure my brother from West Pokot and even Murkomen, when they drive home, from Lanet to drive through Nakuru town takes you 2 hours, sometimes even 3. You remain on the same spot for 1 hour. A small town that can't manage traffic. We hope, Senator Susan and your team, I know you and the governor are running in opposite directions politically, but I hope, I hope that the leaders of Nakuru must now start expanding facilities and services to make Nakuru a place to be. I've seen signposts all over in Nakuru, you say, the county of unlimited opportunities. I hope some of those unlimited opportunities are not traffic jams. Because if they are, Mr. Speaker, then it is not a plus, it's a minus. I want, Mr. Speaker, to urge Nakuru to live to its old billing as a truly cosmopolitan city. Mr. Speaker, in the history of this country, Nakuru had Acheng Oneko as a member of parliament at independence. Nakuru had Wafula Wabuke elected there. Nakuru had Lualo Yondi elected there. And Nakuru has had Mark Mwithaga elected there. If you look at those names, Mr. Speaker, you can see Kenyans who come from extreme corners of the country coming into Nakuru, they're not as cosmopolitan as Nairobi, but getting elected. That is the character of Nakuru that we want to see. A truly cosmopolitan city where Luali Oyondi from a village in Butere stands and is elected a member of parliament and is liked by everybody and serves everybody and becomes a successful person. I would want, Mr. Speaker, to encourage Nakuru to remain what it is. You have Arama from the Kisii Nation, he's a member of parliament there. You have a young man, he's not in Nakuru town, in Naivasha, called Palanga. He's an elected MCA. This is the kind of thing, Mr. Speaker, that you find in Tanzania. Senator Kajwang's brother, yes, is an MCA in Nakuru, a truly successful political family, appearing on the charts of Homa Bay, Nairobi, and Nakuru. I don't know where else they will be appearing. So, Mr. Speaker, so that others can speak, because we have several things ahead of us, we want to support this elevation, but we want to call the governor of Nakuru and his team to order. Mr. Speaker, the criminality of collecting street children, and I agree with Senator Murkomen that the value of society is measured by how you treat your disadvantaged citizens, the disabled, the aged, defenseless children, people with mental disabilities. You don't, Mr. Speaker, in our society, you know where we come from. Just because you have got a child who has a mental infirmity, you don't lock them in the bedroom because visitors are coming to your home, so that they may not be able to see that you have a child with a deformity. And this, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure runs through all African communities, that a child is a child regardless. And the shameful act of collecting children from the streets, and it has unfortunately happened in Nakuru and Eldoret, when the governor in Uasin Gishu collected children and dumped them at the leprosy center in Alupe, and others went and dumped them in Kitale because to him they looked like lawyers. Mr. Speaker, how can you tell the nationality of any community in this country by looking at somebody? We are, Mr. Speaker, so intermingled and intermarried that nobody knows whether Senator Bogisho is from South Sudan or from Kisumu or from Kakamega. How can you just look at someone and say this must be from this community? It is a very, very disheartening act. And I want to urge my friend Governor Lee Kinyanjui that now this Senate is giving you a city. It is not giving you a city to do ethnic cleansing and to weed out children and go and dump them. Murkomen, what is the name of that forest where there's a new dam? Chemusus Forest, infested with hyenas, lions, dangerous snakes, buffaloes, Mr. Speaker, and you dump children there at night. I want to urge, Mr. Speaker, the investigative arms of government to go to the bottom of that case. Nakuru, the city status is there for you. Please make all of us proud that indeed that is the place to be and that is the place we should be, and that when other cities in the making in this country look for that status, Machakos, Kakamega, Kitale, Bungoma, Kericho, Kisii, and even Kapenguria, when they are looking for that status, Mr. Speaker, Nakuru should be a case study. Not only because it has been given a charter by this House, but because it is managed in a manner that is consistent with the expectations of the people of Kenya in general and the people of Nakuru in particular. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I'll give a maximum of about 10 minutes because there's a lot of interest. Like you've been told, we have other businesses ahead of us. Senator Bogisho.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to support this report and to support the Nakuru gains city status, or, Mr. Speaker, that this House will be able to bestow that honor upon the town or the municipality of Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, I want to ride on the Speaker and what the speakers who have spoken ahead of me have said. I refer particularly to Senator Murkomen and Senator Moses Wetangula, who have spoken, and they have put the case for Nakuru so well. The case, Mr. Speaker, for any city that, or any municipality that may want to apply. The Speaker, you know that there are certain duties that are basically of interest to this House, and one of them is this one of giving leadership in terms of conferring status on our towns, municipalities, and our cities. And Speaker, the time has come for us to do that now. And Mr. Speaker, the case for Nakuru is very clear. As has been said by Senators Murkomen and Wetangula, Nakuru has been a very interesting place, should have actually been a city status. Remember, Mr. Speaker, that during the days when we had provinces, that Nakuru was the seat of one of the largest provinces and has handled many very big districts that are within these provinces: Narok, Kajiado, Turkana, Baringo, West Pokot. Those are big districts at that time. And so, Mr. Speaker, Nakuru status should be a city status, partly because it has also been in the interest of, I think all our presidents have had interest in Nakuru, personally, because the first president operated mostly from Nakuru. The second president, President Moi, operated and was based mostly in Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, those of us who have been in this politics for some time would realize, Mr. Speaker, that when the President Moi was going to Nakuru, you know, all of us members of parliament sometimes found ourselves in the city of Nakuru, waiting to see the president. And it was so important. So Nakuru has hosted all of us, and Nakuru should therefore easily become a city. Speaker, one of the things about having city status, as has been said, is that you're now asking for more, and you hope that you can actually handle that more which is coming your way. You see, there are many problems that go with Nakuru being what it is right now. And so I'm just asking that if we do, and I hope this House passes this, we do get that city status in Nakuru. A lot needs to be done. You know, you can have a city, Speaker, you can have a city, and people run away from that city. People can move away from the city, and you lose, actually, the city status. If insecurity is not dealt with, and if, Mr. Speaker, those issues which have been raised here about children is not dealt with, people run away. Who wants to live in a city that discriminates, that has insecurity, where people can be collected from the street, Mr. Speaker, and nobody raises a finger? And Mr. Speaker, I think that really can be very unfortunate. The person that I knew last who did that was the former president in Uganda called Idi Amin, the dictator Idi Amin. When Idi Amin was made, Mr. Speaker, the chairman of OAU, which is the precursor of what we call AU now, and he was hosting the summit in Kampala. It is very, it was said, Mr. Speaker, that he collected all disabled, all street children, and that they were dumped in the lake. And at least the ones who went to Chemususu were returned. But these ones I never returned. Mr. Speaker, it is humanity. It is good to accept that we have different capacities. We have people who are streetless. I mean, street people. They have people who are homeless. There are people who are disabled. There are beggars. This is nature, Mr. Speaker. We cannot become a city just because we don't have those particular ones. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, a city has to have a semblance of a gate, an entry, exit, which is easy for people to come in. A city has to have, as it is, has been said, a sporting facility that Nakuru can actually have. Nakuru has land. Nakuru is big. Nakuru has farms, big farms. And Nakuru can expand very easily. Mr. Speaker, we need for this to become a standard, to set the standard for other cities that are going to be processed through this House, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that within a few years, a few months, that we are still having this Senate here, Mr. Speaker, that we can deal with many more applications like this, because it's one of those jobs that is specifically and uniquely given to this House. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to take too long to speak about Nakuru. Let me speak about the Nakuru that is bigger than the city, Mr. Speaker, the catchment area of Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, Baringo and is not far from it's actually part of the catchment area of Nakuru. A lot of people from Baringo live in Nakuru. The people of Kericho come to Nakuru. The people down to Naivasha on this side go to Nakuru. So there's a big catchment, Mr. Speaker, of this town called Nakuru. And because, again, we have a lot of people who are interested doing business and farming in Nakuru, it's very easy, therefore, for this support to be raised. The kind of monies that needs to be raised is going to be done very easily, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, presidents, members of this House have got interests in Nakuru that they can support and raise the funds necessary to transform Nakuru into a city status. Mr. Speaker, I do want to suggest this as I close, that the governor of Nakuru, whether there are differences or not with other leaders, should at once, as soon as they achieve this status, put aside these political differences, come together and build the city of Nakuru. That airport that has been talked about, Mr. Speaker, Nakuru needs to have an airport, a major airport, and become a city is not just going to be one of those small airports like the one in Kitale or what. It should be an international level airport. And so if that can happen, Mr. Speaker, Nakuru has a lot of commercial as well as produces from the farms that need to be taken directly from Nakuru out to the market. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that our sister Susan, who is here, will take up this matter, personally bring all leaders together, bring leaders from the greater Rift Valley if possible together. This is a city for Rift Valley, and all of us will be interested in this city, and we will support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wako. Senator Wako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important report by the Devolution Committee recommending the conferment of the status of city on Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, sir, when I was very young and I had been admitted at Alliance High School, and I had a train journey from Kisumu to Kikuyu to go to Form 1. One of the stations we passed through was Nakuru railway station. And at that time...
What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, did you hear us? You know, Mr. Speaker, what is this with the Alliance High School alumni? That, Mr. Speaker, he has to say when he was going to Alliance. Does Senator Amos Wako have to say Alliance? Why don't he just say when he was coming to Nairobi or when he was coming to high school, Mr. Speaker?
Actually, I was going to the Alliance High School. Not just Alliance. And of course, there are some late developers who never went to Alliance, but they have developed very well thereafter. And given the opportunity, the children may go to Alliance. Madam Speaker, when we reached Nakuru railway station, at that time, I'm talking about 1961. At that time, Nakuru railway station had been voted to be the best railway station in the whole of East Africa. And Nakuru town had been voted the cleanest town in the whole of East Africa. That was in 1961. We had not yet obtained our independence at that time. It was basically the headquarters of the white settler community. And they had really elevated to a status where it was the best town, clean town in the whole of East Africa. And it's my hope, Mr. Speaker, sir, that when we confer the status of city on Nakuru, they will work so hard as to go back to that status they used to enjoy as the best town, the best railway station, the cleanest town in East Africa. Mr. Speaker, sir, Nakuru, since that time, as we know, has more or less been the third headquarters of Kenya. We know Nairobi is where the president resides, parliament resides, is headquartered here. The judiciary is also headquartered here. But we do know that even at the level of the heads of state, it is Nairobi. Our founding father would either be Nairobi, Mombasa, and Nakuru. The second president would either be in Nairobi or Nakuru, and at times Mombasa. So Nakuru is a very central place which should really enjoy the status of a city. Mr. Speaker, sir, I was privileged about 3 weeks ago, a month ago, to undertake a 14-day tour of our neighboring country, the Republic of Uganda. And we visited most of the towns in Uganda. My surprise was that whichever town we went to was called a city. We had the city of Mbale, which is the headquarters of Abagisu. We went to Gulu. It was called the city of Gulu, the mayor. We went to Mbarara. It was called the city of Mbarara. We went to Kabale. It was called the city of Kabale, with actually the mayor and everything that goes with it. And most of these cities in Uganda are smaller than Nakuru. It appears as if there must have been a policy to make any capital that was a capital of a region in Uganda was made into a city. And if that was to be the criteria, Mr. Speaker, sir, then Nakuru would also qualify because it is indeed the capital of the largest region in the Republic of Kenya. So they do qualify. But as has been stated, with this conferment of city, responsibilities accrue. And responsibilities are many, as set out in the first schedule of the Urban Areas and Cities Act. Many. And it is illustrative to note, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the first, as a city, according to that schedule, they must look at the traffic control and parking. Speaker, sir, we normally go through, as Senator Wetangula did mention, you can really be delayed by the traffic jams in Nakuru on your way to Kisumu as you drive, or on your way to Kericho, or on your way to wherever, Eldoret even. And therefore, that's the first thing they have to look at. Mr. Speaker, sir, they have the opportunity, them being made a city now, to look at these problems now. Now. Rather than, Mr. Speaker, sir, they don't look at them and they become like other cities. You know, the traffic jams we have in Nairobi, the traffic jams we have in Mombasa are but a pointer. They have the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, sir, to so plan that they avoid the city jams. Mr. Speaker, sir, reading the report of the committee, I can see that most of it really is what I would call work in progress. Work in progress. If it is water, availability of water, again, it is work in progress. And Mr. Speaker, sir, again, problems of water are there, even in the existing cities, but they have the opportunity to deal with it now. Speaker, sir, they have the opportunity, if it is the question of airport, the Speaker, sir, as we have read in the report, it is also work in progress. The Lanet airstrip being converted into whatever. If it is parks, again, work in progress. If it is dump sites, again, work in progress. And as we confer the status of city on Nakuru, I do hope, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the promises that have been made under the numerous items where it is work in progress, it will be fulfilled. I wish there was a way in which we can go after 1 year or 2 years to see this work in progress. Has it continued or has it stopped? Because we have a habit in Kenya where we start on projects but we don't complete them. We just start them to get what we want and then it stopped there. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the committee's recommendation that Nakuru indeed deserves to be called the city of Nairobi. It deserves to be called the city of Nakuru. I support.
Okay, I'll reduce more because it is so much. 5 minutes, Senator Kamar. Because we have to take a vote very soon.
Thank you.
And also online, continue staying online because we must vote for Kara and this, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take the 5 minutes. I'll not take more. First, I want to support the report from the committee that Nakuru becomes the city of Nakuru. And I want to thank the committee for a thorough job and working very fast. Mr. Speaker, this is something that has been delayed. Nakuru should have been a city long before the 2019 application. For some of us who knew Nakuru from when we were young and attended almost every show in Nakuru when we were in high school and even when we were employed, we knew Nakuru as the city that was going to be second to Nairobi. Maybe again because I come from Rift Valley, for us that was our headquarters. It is what brought South Rift and North Rift together, and our provincial commissioner administered from Nakuru. So Nakuru has had a big name without being called a city. I want to congratulate the people of Nakuru and the leaders of Nakuru for preparing themselves well for this position. Mr. Speaker, the city status is an important one, and I want to agree with what Senator Wako said. When I went to the East African community as a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, documentation that we found there was amazing because it even showed competition, intercity competition and comparisons. And what the Senator said about Nakuru being the cleanest was not only the city as the cleanest, but the East African railways and harbors had considered Nakuru as the best and the most friendly railway station. So Nakuru has had a lot. The only thing I would like to urge the leadership of Nakuru is that they need to bring back the old image of Nakuru. The Nakuru that we knew, the Nakuru that was extremely cosmopolitan as far as elected leaders was concerned, the Nakuru that was friendly to everybody. We want to bring that image. I know when a place grows in population, then we lose a lot if we are not prepared as far as the facilities are concerned. But I really believe that Nakuru can bring back its image. We have already seen it. The old railway in Nakuru has been cleaned so much that you can now see it even from the highway. So I would like to congratulate the leadership of Nakuru and with our sister here who has been talking about the international airport, we also urge them and ask government to move further and give Nakuru the international airport. Why? Because there are flower farms that are very close to Nakuru that do not need to bring their flowers to Nairobi. In Damaravin, we have a lot of flowers. Around Nakuru, we have a lot of export flowers. So there are a lot of export goods that can exit actually through Nakuru to the international market. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I know we are going to be the next in line. We've already named ourselves as the city of champions in Eldoret, and I really believe that we are going to be the next. We have just been waiting for Nakuru to move out of the way. So because Nakuru is out of the way now, we can prepare ourselves and come here. City status, we know, is very important for any town or any upgrading of a town. Basically because it attracts a different kind of clientele. The kind of tourists that will come, even flow into Nakuru now, is going to be very different. Mr. Speaker, Nakuru has been known because of the flamingos from the 50s, from the colonial days, but we need to prepare it for the kind of tourists that will be attracted to these kind of facilities. So Nakuru, congratulations, and we look forward to other counties coming forward, like, and I join Senator Murkomen Akeli in challenging the other governors to come forward. Mine should be the first one because we already have named ourselves County of Champions. With that, those remarks, I support the report of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chila Yako, Vacho, 5 minutes. Chila Yako. Senator Chila Yako. Okay. Senator Chila Yako. We're just seeing things like cinemas. It looks like fireplace, like a cinema. Senator Chila Yako. Seemingly we can't get him. We can get Rose Nyamunga.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I must say that being a member of a committee of devolution, I have had an opportunity to start this process from the time you put a committee, the time you referred this matter to our committee. And we made several visits to Nakuru County, and from our visits, I am very, very sure that the report, the way it is, that is the way it is on the ground. Mr. Speaker, elevating, as a Senate, one of the most important things that we must handle is to elevate our counties. Mr. Speaker, can I be protected? Can I be protected, Mr. Speaker?
Senators, let's consult in low tones. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your protection. Mr. Speaker, as a Senate, it should be a very big responsibility for us to elevate some of these counties to city status. And the process of elevating any town to a city status is not one thing that takes one day. It is a process. Giving a charter is one thing, and achieving full status of a city is a very long process. I can give an example of Kisumu, which was elevated several years ago to a city status. But up to now, we have not gotten the actual charter. So it is a process that starting it today or this year does not mean that it automatically becomes a city. So it should be our responsibility and our concern to make sure that we start this process of elevating Nakuru County to city status, because it's just a process that we must start and will continue. It is like a child being born, which does not take one day to grow. A child is a long process from childhood to up to the time that a child becomes a grown-up. So that's what applies. Now, if I can say briefly about Nakuru County, we had an opportunity to visit Nakuru County. And on several occasions, actually, if you look at our recommendations, it is very clear that Nakuru has actually met the requirements of the act that allows it to be elevated to the city status. Now, looking at Nakuru when we are growing up, it has already been mentioned by Senator Wetangula, the Nakuru as the railway station. As you are moving from Kisumu to Nakuru to Nairobi, it was such a big pride anytime you reach Nakuru because of the lighting and the cleanliness of the railway station. So, as some members have already mentioned, it should be upon the county government of Nakuru to make sure that they get the lost glory of the county in terms of cleanliness and general development of Nakuru County. Nakuru County also stands out as an agricultural area, it's an agricultural city. Senators, let's consult in low tones. So being an agricultural town makes it even more deserving for Nakuru to be elevated. We visited a level 5 hospital in Nakuru. That hospital does not only support or take care of Nakuru residents, but other counties. It acts as a referral hospital to several other counties within Nakuru region. Mr. Speaker, upscaling a city really elevates or elates even the citizens, because the fact that you feel that you belong to a city, like Kisumu City, Nairobi City, Mombasa City, elevating Nakuru and being in the central part of this country, it's very timely, and it will help even in the revenue production and increasing the revenue and revenue collection. That will take Nakuru very, very far, and it will move much faster. Nakuru is one of the cities that is very fast growing. So by elevating Nakuru, we are going to achieve general growth in this country and in the Rift Valley in general, and in Kenya as a country. So I may not have an opportunity to say much, but I want to urge members that it is important that we support this motion to make sure that we elevate Nakuru as a city, and also to make, I know there are issues of the street children. Those are issues that we have to deal with, and that should not stand on the way of Nakuru being elevated, because actually it meets most, if not all, the requirements. But issues like that which have been raised and under other committees should be taken care of to good conclusion, to make sure that the children are taken care of. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of garbage collection and processing. Nakuru is at a very high and a very advanced stage of processing their waste. And to the extent that they are even they're adding value to it and selling it. So to me, that is a good step. And also handling the drainage system and the Lake Victoria, the Lake Nakuru, which has a problem, has always been over flooding, which is very rare, because I thought it is only Lake Victoria that we have these floods, but even in Nakuru we have that. So the drainage system is also being addressed. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support the report, and I support the elevation of Nakuru support the elevation of Nakuru to a city status. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Nderitu? Okay. Senator? Senator, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to add my voice on this very important motion, and I want to congratulate the committee for having done this important report on the city status of Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say a few things. Nakuru is an industrial place, at the same time an agricultural place. At the same time, it also have tourism sites, and therefore Nakuru is a county with a lot of potentiality in terms of economic growth. Nakuru, when we were growing up, used to be the cleanest town. It's a town where so many farmers, those ones who sold their livestock, those ones who sold their crops, could look for accommodation before they travel back to Nairobi or to other counties. Nakuru, therefore, is a town that needs to be elevated into a city, but of course, there needs to be done quite a lot of other infrastructural work. As many of my colleagues have mentioned, Nakuru County needs to improve in terms of the traffic flow. Nowadays, when you want to visit your students or your child in any of the schools, because Nakuru is known for many nice learning institutions, when you want to go there, you get a lot of traffic jam. And therefore, Nakuru needs to improve in terms of infrastructure, the roads, of course, the water. Many of our cities, including Nairobi City, where we are suffering in terms of water shortage, and also poor drainage systems, just like many other urban areas. So Nakuru needs to develop a good infrastructure, good sewerage system, and also improve in terms of improving the livelihood of its citizens, and especially having a potentiality in agriculture, having a potentiality in tourism, having a potentiality in industries. It should also try to help its citizens in terms of growing up their economic activities. I therefore support that Nakuru needs to be given this status as soon as possible, but the county government leadership of Nakuru should try to sit down and come up with proper plans for the city. I support.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see two senators almost fighting on your face. Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice to this debate on
Order, senators, let's consult in low tones.
The report of the Devolution Committee on the conferment of city status.
Let's consult in low tones.
To Nakuru municipality. The Speaker, I take notice of the fact that the management of the municipality has followed the critical path in seeking to be conferred the city status. But, Mr. Speaker, and I want to be very, very honest on this matter, the Committee on Labor returned a verdict through a report that was adopted by this House on the mistreatment of street children by the county government of Nakuru. The Speaker, what is a lot more disturbing about that report is that the children that were collected and dumped in a forest to be eaten by hyenas and other wild animals, that action was taken, Mr. Speaker, with the express intention of Nakuru applying for city status. Mr. Speaker, it's inhuman, it's despicable, Mr. Speaker, that a government would think of treating their own children in such a manner so as to advance their status. So, Speaker, it is true that municipalities that do well in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of an improvement in security, in terms of healthcare, in terms of solid waste management, in terms of governance and supply of other basic amenities, such municipalities should be rewarded, and rewarded with elevation to city status. So, Speaker, there are issues that have been raised by the Devolution Committee and the Labour Committee when it sat in Nakuru. And one of those issues, and I was actually having a conversation with my leader here, the Senator for Bungoma, on the issue of the release of raw effluent into Lake Nakuru, the Speaker. An activity that is killing the lake and everything around that lake. The Speaker, whether this Senate today decides to elevate Lake Nakuru to city status or not, that is a matter that the Speaker, Lake Nakuru. I'm talking about the Speaker. I see Senator Murkomen is trying to derail me. I'm talking about Lake Nakuru in Nakuru, and I'm saying that the Speaker, the release of raw effluent into that lake from industrial activities in Nakuru town is a matter, whatever decision this Senate makes on the application, is a matter that the governance of Nakuru municipality must look into with a view of fixing that issue. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying that a time has come, Mr. Speaker, that a lot more towns, a lot more municipalities may need to make the same application, but not just in letter, Mr. Speaker, but in action. Mr. Speaker, the other day I just returned from Dubai, and I was really amazed that 2 minutes into landing, you are not sure where you are. You are in the bush, you can't see anything. You actually like landing in a forest. A minute into landing, start seeing sprinkling of lights around the airport.
Let's consult in law.
Mr. Speaker, there will be need for proper city planning, not just for Nakuru, but in all townships, including even the city of Nairobi.
Okay. Your time is up. Senator Ephraim Maina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the elevation of Nakuru to city status. Mr. Speaker, Nakuru historically in this country is a very important town, and Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, was not just important. Nakuru really is the center and the engine of economic development in this country. It was. Agriculture in this country was centered around Nakuru. When Kenya was Kenya, when in Kenya, things worked in the way they worked, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, Nakuru being such an important historical town, not to mention, Mr. Speaker, that in our history...
Senator Nderitu, what's your point of intervention?
Mr. Speaker, because this matter is in public domain, and from what I'm hearing, many of our members are just repeating what has been said. Why don't we reduce the time to 3 minutes, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, okay,
okay.
Mr. Speaker, I'm told it doesn't affect me. Now, deduct those minutes and we start again.
Okay, proceed. I'll give direction after you speak.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I am saying agriculture is a very important town in this country, and Mr. Speaker, elevating to the city status is an important step. But Mr. Speaker, let us all be fair. Towns have been elevated in this country, and I want to call upon the administration in Nakuru to live to expectation. It will call upon them to actually open up their minds and try to make the city have its kind of a monopoly status where when you go to other countries, you hear such and such a town is known to be the center of steel industry. When you go, you hear such and such a town, it is the center of electronic inventions and manufacturing. You hear such and such a town is known to be the center of the agricultural, processing in this country. Let us, the people, the administration in Nakuru, be able try to actually stand and see the advantage they have, and elevate Nakuru to that special status. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is something mentioned there that is something that I would like to call upon the administration in Nakuru to do something. Having beggars, having poor people among us, having street children, we should be feeling guilty here, and we should be feeling guilty up in heaven when we go there. That we created a society where the kind of children that were loitering in Nakuru were there. But, Mr. Speaker, they must do all that pertains to be done to ensure that they remove this blot on their face. Taking innocent children, dumping them in a forest, or taking beggars and locking them somewhere, that was Hitler. It is not something that present-day democratic institutions or governments should actually tolerate. We should be feeling guilty in the first place that we created these children, Mr. Speaker. These children are there because the society or the country as we know it today, resources are not going into actually developing the lives of the people. Resources are being siphoned. Personally, I think nearly 80% of the resources we keep on voting here to counties, it goes not to any useful use. It just goes into waste. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would call upon the administration to ensure that they do all that needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to call on Nakuru. Being a very important cosmopolitan town, it still remains a hotbed of our politics. It has always been historically, and even now. I think I would like to call the leadership around Nakuru and the environment. We have people like Mr. Mokomen here. He's talking and saying Nakuru is area. Please, you come together and bring the tempo down of this hot.
Your time is up. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. At the onset, Mr. Speaker, I must say that while we support the idea of Nakuru being a city, because a lot of us are investors in Nakuru, I must mention, Mr. Speaker, that the question of the street children is something that cannot get out of my mind, because this is a matter that I witnessed in person. Mr. Speaker, the acts committed by the Nakuru County government are criminal, they are evil, they are devilish. We have impeached governors for lesser offenses. But since Nakuru is bigger than Governor Lee Kinyanjui and his government, we will elevate Nakuru. And we hope, first of all, the people of Nakuru will remove this governor from office, and the DCI is going to charge these fellows for murder. Because 4 people disappeared. The Bible tells us that God, our Father, is the Father of all widows and the Father of all orphans. Simply because nobody is going to ask where these 4 children came from because they have no relatives. These people are Kenyans. And it cannot be right that Eldoret can dump children in a forest. It cannot be right that Nakuru can dump children in a forest and we wish it away. I would have preferred, Mr. Speaker, and we have human rights defenders in this Senate, that this motion would have included a call for action to say that a petition filed here by a committee is not a resolution of the Senate, is pussyfooting around an inhuman act. It's very sad. Nakuru is a beautiful city with flamingos, freshwater lake, or parks, beautiful places, gardens, and everything else that a city should have. It is actually surprising that Nakuru has not been a city. It's actually surprising when you walk around the streets in Nakuru and it's so crowded because of mismanagement. Nakuru used to be the hotbed of all the politics in the country. The President Mo used to spend a lot of time there. So, Mr. Speaker, we will support this because we know that by elevating Nakuru into a city, you bring greater things to the city, you improve Nakuru with 11 constituencies and elevate it. But I must say that this governor has disappointed me to a great degree. It's the same town, same county, that 48 people died because of a dam belonging to an Asian. And the governor just ignored because this fellow funds all politicians in Nakuru. I must tell you that, Mr. Speaker, the politics.
Ochila Yako, what is your intervention? Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am reluctant to interrupt my whip, but he made mention of the fact that a dam belonging to an Asian. I think in the interest of unity, we should not condemn a community. We should. I want to put it in perspective. If you say a dam belonging to a Luo, you are condemning the whole Luo nation. So can you please, for the sake of national unity, isolate that Asian? Because there are many good Asians also. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Mutula.
It's not an objection, but to satisfy Senator Ochilo Ayako, these dams belonged to Perry Mansuk and his family. And he's an Asian. Perial is Mansuk and is an Asian. The same county government has not seen it fit to pursue environmental restoration under the Environment Management Act, Section 28. I feel sad that we can have governments that behave like this when it comes to people. Mr. Speaker, there's a highly likelihood, Mr. Speaker, that once we elevate Nakuru, then they are going to improve the services, like Kisumu. Kisumu is a clean city because Anyang' has put in proper mechanisms. Governor, it is. No, you must say it. Let me just tell you. Mombasa.
Order, Senators.
The action has been taken. Let me finish. Mombasa, upon its elevation and upon Governor Joe listening to the plight of people who were concerned, cleared Kibarani. But even after clearing Kibarani, they are still dumping their waste next to where people are living. So I hope in Kiembeni, it's terrible. They have done the same in Kisumu in terms of dumping of waste. It's unfair that governors cannot find proper.
I'm told there's a point of order from Senator Sakaja.
Oh.
Virtue. Senator Sakaja. Senator Sakaja. I think we have a challenge. Senator Mutula, continue when he is ready. I hope
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we can hear you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
That is Faki. Senator Faki, what's your point of order?
Yes, the dump site in Mombasa is in Makirunge.
Put on your video. Put on your video.
Yes, point of correction, Mr. Speaker. The dump site in Mombasa is in Makirunge, not Kiembeni.
Okay.
Makirunge is about 10 kilometers from Kiembeni, where there is an estate.
Okay.
So I want to inform Senator Mutula that the dump site is in Makirunge, not Kiembeni.
Okay.
Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the connotation of saying an Asian, that connotes racialism and which should not be allowed in the Senate. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Mutula, conclude.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, no.
Okay, Sakaja. Let's see you. Sakaja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me his own speaker.
We can, okay.
You see me?
Yeah, yes, okay.
Mr. Speaker, yes, with the member, I'd like to be informed. I want to give him information. And I think for clarity to the House before making the contribution, is that, Mr. Speaker, what the Committee of Labour did, because we went to Nakuru, and I think Senator Mutula and others have explained the factors or the issues surrounding the dam, which is a fact. Mr. Speaker, what the Labour Committee recommended was that, Mr. Speaker, the county government, because the assertion there was that this was done so as to gain this status, was that until the county government demonstrates efforts it is making to resolve this, Mr. Speaker, because it's criminal activities that happen, until they show what efforts they're making to do this, that this process will be suspended. Mr. Speaker, we have not said that Nakuru should not become a city, but they must show us efforts being made towards this.
Is that a point of order you are making a contribution?
For us to get this order. We need to do 1, 2, 3 things.
Order, Senator Sakaja.
It's a point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Point of information, okay.
Mr. Speaker, it's a point of information.
Okay.
And Senator Mutula has agreed to be informed. So I'm informing the House that what the Labour Committee, because we committees, Labour Committee, after dealing with that, and we're still following up the commission, pauses the process until the governor and the county can demonstrate towards resolving it. Now, they have not demonstrated it, and the other committee has thus ignored another committee of the Senate. So, in fact, ideally, Mr. Speaker, this, until the governor comes and demonstrates the efforts they are making towards addressing the plight of street children, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know what the rush is. SBC had said that this debate be deferred. It has come in supplementary.
No, that is out of order.
Has been, and the people.
Okay. You're sneaking in and arguing continues, Senator Mutula. Oh, okay.
Mr. Speaker, I will
contribute when I contribute, but that.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Speaker. Oh, yes, I had to wait for him to finish. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, to say that we hope that action will be taken on this county, but again, we hope that other cities can be elevated so that they can benefit from what it is that comes from national government, particularly on development of roads. We must insist that these cities become part and parcel of what is called KDSP, where cities can then benefit from World Bank in terms of its elevation. Nakuru cannot be another city where it's a one-street city. It must be improved. We insist on those things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Professor Kindiki.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the elevation of Nakuru to city status. In the old good days, Nakuru used to be the cleanest city or town in Kenya. That's what children were taught in school and perhaps in East Africa. I don't know whether it is still is, but what is certain, Mr. Speaker, is that Nakuru has grown over the years in terms of population and also in terms of infrastructure such as airport. There's an airport upcoming there, an international airport, and it's also the home of one of the biggest military presence in our country. And because of the civilian and military infrastructure present in Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, among other things, and population growth and other strategic considerations, I support the elevation of this city. Mr. Speaker, it gratifies me to see that there is a criteria for lifting or upscaling towns and urban centers and other places into cities, and therefore we are not doing guesswork. There is a criteria and a very elaborate procedure. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, this elevation will come with a lot of responsibilities for Nakuru, One of them being to deal with the big problem of land grabbing, which is one of the biggest problems. And I've experienced this in my years of legal practice. I've handled so many cases for public institutions who are trying to recover land which has been taken over by private individuals. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I hope in the new status it has enough space for infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that city status comes with certain challenges, but it is my submission, Mr. Speaker, that the benefits of city status by far outweigh the challenges, such as greater taxation. Of course, we must speak the truth, that taxation and land rates and other things after elevation will go up, but there are more benefits than the challenges or problems that will be associated with the new status. Mr. Speaker, also, very quickly, I want to say that when we did the Urban Cities and Amendments Act amendments, I think 2-3 years ago, we also included that counties which did not have headquarters and which are being supported by national government to put up headquarters, such as Tharaka Nithi, Taita Taveta, Isiolo, and Tana River, and Nyandarua, that automatically these county headquarters becomes municipalities. So I hope, because it was some form of affirmative action for these counties, we hope that the program that is in place from national government and the international development partners, such as the World Bank, especially the Kenya Urban Support Program, does not discriminate and push all the money to the big cities like Nakuru, Nairobi, Mombasa, and Kisumu, which are coming also for similar status, and forget these places which were elevated to ensure that they also have credible county headquarters. So I am arguing for some kind of affirmative action still, so that these 5 counties especially, which do not have headquarters, can also have their headquarters increased by pumping more resources, regardless of the city, of the status of the municipality. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to belabor this too much. I'll only say 2 other points and I end my submission. The first one is to thank the Senator for Nakuru County, Susan Kihika, who has been very consistent and very committed to ensure that Nakuru is elevated to city status. She has lobbied many of us, and I am one of those people she has lobbied, and I want to assure the people of Nakuru that they are ably represented before this House. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say one last thing, which is, however beautiful this idea is, and however the county government of Nakuru has tried to also support this,
okay. Okay, add him 1 minute, 1 minute. He's a whole professor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence. I just wanted to summarize and say that the issue of the children who disappeared, 5 of them who have never been found, must be addressed. Whether we pass this motion or not, we want to make sure that the county governments become accountable. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about orphans and children whose parents and relatives are unknown. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe this constitutes crimes against humanity, irrespective of the number of children, so long as we can prove a government policy to enforce forced displacement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise to support the elevation of Nakuru County, or Nakuru Town or municipality as a city. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that excite me about this all elevation into becoming a city is the fact that, one, it is in Rift Valley. Number two is that when you look at ONSO's revenue collection, Nakuru County is number 3 in terms of ONSO's revenue. Nakuru town collects more money than even Mombasa and Eldoret and Kisumu, who are the 2 counties that have cities. The amount of money collected by Kiambu is the next county that I hope that soon...
Let's consult in low tones so I can see... let's consult in low tones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your assistance there and protection. Mr. Speaker, there are a few things that I want to point out here. That although I support the elevation of Nakuru municipality into a city, it comes with a lot of great expectations. We in this county expect more things to come out of that county, where we hope that with more taxation expected to be charged the people, there'll be a lot of more public participation, engagement, so that people will be able to know what they're paying for. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the report, and one of the things that excites me also is the fact that this Senate is the only house of parliament that elevates municipalities into cities. And I hope that when we do this, during our time here, we will not only do Nakuru, but Eldoret and hopefully Kiambu. And I do so, and I say this because of the revenue that comes in. As you know, one of the prerequisites is that the county, or rather the municipality, must demonstrate the ability to be able to collect more revenue, to be able to support itself. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the population of Nakuru, it's over 367,000, and the required is only 250. That tells you that Nakuru town or municipality has the potential to be able to generate more revenue, create more employment for the people of that town. I hope that now the county governor of Nakuru and other governors who will come in after the county governor will be able to use technology to generate more resources. There's no reason as to why the county governor currently should not go through the spatial plan of the Nakuru municipality and ensure that every business that operates in the town can be able to pay taxes, you know, and where certain businesses operate without paying taxes, or rather the license fees, the buildings, when they have to renew their permits or their licenses for the businesses, or the annual fee, they are all intertwined such that that revenue can actually be collected. Mr. Speaker, sir, for us in Rift Valley, this has been a long time coming, and I hope that other cities like Eldoret will follow suit, because then that will be able to see us stop wasting all our time going to Mombasa or Kisumu to be able to carry out services even from this Senate, but actually just going here in Nakuru. In fact, it is something that will excite most members of parliament or even county MCAs, because even their per diem will slightly go high. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the county governor will devise new mechanism to enhance their garbage collection system so that they generate power, they can be able to actually recycle it and sell and generate more revenue for the city. Mr. Speaker, I am aware from the report that there was proof of a lot of public sensitization on what is expected of any municipality that is going to be confirming to becoming a city. But I want to emphasize on the following, that the MCAs of Nakuru County must actually spend most of their time enlightening or, you know, educating their citizens that now that you're becoming a city, there's a lot that you will expect, some which will come, which will not be good, and you must be prepared to be able to know how to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is true that when you look at Nairobi as a city, there's a lot of insecurity in certain parts. That will not leave Nakuru once Nakuru becomes a city. There'll be a lot of more traffic. There'll be more money going into Nakuru. So the planning of Nakuru has got to be taken into consideration. You know, and I would actually request that instead of people just going benchmarking all over, they can go to Rwanda and see how Kigali has been elevated into one of the best cities in the world, a very clean city. I hope that with the elevation of Nakuru municipality into becoming a city, the municipality will become much cleaner. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this, and I hope that other counties will follow suit, and in this Senate, before the end of this term, we can be able to elevate a few other municipalities like Kiambu into a city, so that we can all enjoy the benefit of a city. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Nderitu.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Kwanza mwanzo nataka kusema kwamba naunga mkono mji wa Nakuru ufanywe jiji, kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya ugatuzi ambao tulishughulikia masuala hayo kwa mapana na marefu, Bwana Spika. Na ukweli usemwe, nataka kumshukuru kwanza Senator Susan Kihika kwa sababu alijifunga kibwebwe na akasema ya kwamba ni mpaka tuangalie haya masuala kwa kindani. Na Bwana Spika, kulingana na sheria ambayo iliyoko katika katiba yetu, katiba ya Kenya inasema ya kwamba kulingana na mambo ambayo yanapaswa kufuatiliwa, Nakuru imeweza kujikimu kikatiba, na kwa hivyo hatuna lolote ila kuipatia hiyo kufanya jiji. Bwana Spika, ukiangalia kwa mambo ya idadi ya watu inapaswa kuwa zaidi ya 2.5 lakini, lakini Nakuru yenyewe iko na zaidi ya watu 300,000. Bwana Spika, ukiangalia kwa mambo ya usafi na mazingira, mimi nimepigwa na butoa chakari kuliposema ya kwamba Nakuru hawajazingatia hiyo. Na mimi nilipotembea pale niliona ya kwamba kinyezi chote ambacho kinapelekwa upande wa chini kimekuwa kikitumika kwa kutengeneza makaa. Na watu waliotembea na wao huko, nakumbuka Seneta Nyamunga na Seneta Kabaka, Mungu amlaze mahali pema peponi, tuliweza kununua makaa hayo na tukaona ya kwamba ni makaa ambayo yanafanya kazi ya safi kabisa. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, kwa upande wa mazingira hiyo waliweza kupita. Kukusanya takataka, Bwana Spika, tulitembea mahali kunaitwa Gyoto pale Kiamuni, Bwana Spika, na tukaona ya kwamba wameweza kufanya vile ambavyo tulikuwa tumewaahidi kufanya, na takataka zimekusanywa vizuri na tayari wameanza na wanatumia ile ardhi kwa kupanda hata miti, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwa upande wa afya tuliweza kutembelea hospitali na tukaona ya kwamba hospitali yenyewe hata wameweza kuweka hata sehemu zingine kando, ambapo mahali tuliona ya kwamba watatumia zaidi ya milioni 600 kuweza kutengeneza wadi za mama na wale wengine kuweza kulazwa pale. Bwana Spika, kwa hivyo kwangu mimi naunga mkono ikiwa ni mambo ya barabara, Bwana Spika, tulienda tukaona ya kwamba walituonyesha yale mambo ambayo wanapanga kufanya na tayari walikuwa wamepitisha katika assembly yao na wakakubaliana vile ambavyo watakavyofanya. Kwa upande wa uzimaji moto, Bwana Spika, walikuwa tayari wametengeneza pale, ukiingia mji wa Nakuru mjini, walikuwa tayari wametengeneza zile zimamoto na wakatuonyesha vile ambavyo zitakuwa zikifanya kazi. Kwa hivyo tayari walikuwa wamejitayarisha kwa mambo yale. Bwana Spika, jambo lingine ambalo pengine lilikuwa kizungumkuti ni haya mambo yanasemwa ya watoto wale ambao walikuwa wameondolewa na hiyo kaunti ya Nakuru. Bwana Spika, hiyo tunataka kukashifu, na tunakashifu kwa sababu Bwana Spika,
let's consult in low tones, please.
Bwana Spika, tunataka kukashifu kitendo kile kwa sababu hiyo ni dhuluma dhidi ya binadamu na haitakubalika popote. Lakini kisikue hicho, Bwana Spika, ni kisingizio cha kutofanya Nakuru kuwa jiji. Lakini sisi tunapinga jambo lile, halipaswi kufanyika na katika kaunti yoyote. Hata tuliona jambo lile likifanyika katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, Bwana Spika, na kwa hivyo tunapinga jambo kama hilo. Lakini sisi tunaunga mkono. Mimi kama nilipokuwa na manufaa nilikuwa mwenyekiti, Bwana Spika, lakini kwa sasa naunga mkono kwa sababu mambo yale ambayo tulifanya mimi nashikilia na tuliyafanya kwa uhuru na uwazi, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo Nakuru kufanywa jiji, hata watu wa Nyahururu, Bwana Spika, watatembea huko, watu wa Meru watatembea huko, watu wa Olkarau, watu waliopakana na sehemu hiyo, Bwana Spika, wataweza hata kupata kazi pale tukifanya lile kuwa jiji, na mambo yaweze kuendelezwa mengi, Bwana Spika, mimi nina hakika na nina imani ya kwamba mambo yataweza kufanywa vizuri. Na nimshukuru tena Seneta Keheka, na amenikumbusha leo asubuhi, ameniambia nisisahau, na nikijaribu kusahau itakuwa ni kosa, itakuwa ni dhambi, itakuwa ni laana kwangu mimi ikiwa sitaunga mkono. Bwana Spika, naunga mkono Nakuru kufanya jiji. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Chila yako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to make my remarks about this motion. Mr. Speaker, I support this report that Nakuru must be conferred city status. And Mr. Speaker, I do so because I hope in my lifetime Migori will be conferred city status. Now, Mr. Speaker, where I come from, the customs are very clear. The oldest child, son or daughter, must get married first in that order of birth. And since Nakuru was born earlier than Migori, and other cities like Machakos were born earlier, I want us to expedite this process so that the turn of Migori comes very quickly. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, in my understanding, development is urbanization of rural areas. And I believe development is the responsibility of both governments, national and county governments. So I believe the national government must expedite and avail support to all counties, because it is the wish of every county to have a city. I mean, I would be glad to be associated and to identify as a resident and a person born and bred in Migori City. I'm sure Kajwang would like to be born or to be a resident of Homa Bay City. So the responsibility of the national government is to allocate more resources to counties, particularly for urban support projects, so that we have many more cities that would halt urban or rural-urban migration, and that again would strengthen devolution. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that what the governor and the current administrators of Nakuru did to the poor, did to the vulnerable people is not acceptable, but we must at this stage separate the issues. Let us not throw out the child with bath water. Let us ensure that if there is any punishment, and there should be, it should be visited on the individuals, but we should not pass this report by hurting the image of Nakuru City. Nakuru is a city, and a city must have a soul, it must have a character, and it must have identity. So that identity that it is tied to it must be cleansed, and I believe the individuals who did this bad act have made the record be muddled or be muddied by their bad behavior. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I support this because our turn is coming, and I believe when our turn comes, I will be a resident and the governor or senator of Migori City. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator James Orengo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support this motion. Originally, I was waiting the speech to be made by the senator for Nakuru, but I've been told she is supportive of this motion, and I think this is very good in terms of the fact that she's taking leadership in this motion to give the people of Nakuru what they deserve. So I think one of the things that I really want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is not about the parameters of elevation of cities or towns into cities, or to achieve status of a city. In fact, in all England, I think for a town or an urban area to become a city, the key requirement was that you should have a cathedral or a bus or railway termini, mundane considerations. But Nakuru has had a very big history. I think any town in Kenya that becomes a city must have the history like Nakuru has had over the years. This is a city where nearly everybody from, let me not say everybody, but you have seen Nakuru represented by leaders whose origins are from all over Kenya. As Mr. Speaker, you remember Achieng' Oneko was not necessarily a resident of Nakuru because his base was here in Nairobi and in Nyanza. But he, in the first independence parliament, he managed to be elected as a member of parliament for Nakuru. Since then, we have had people from various communities and ethnicities elected in that city, that great city of Nakuru, which in my view, if it fails to achieve the criteria for being elevated to a city, then I don't know which other city or which other town can achieve that elevation. It has got unique features, unique characteristics that make it iconic. It has a lake, it has a vibrant population, a growing city, one of the fastest growing cities or towns in the country. It's got great features, mountains, and wildlife. It is unique, as I said in the beginning. But other than these statutory requirements, I think any town in Kenya that deserves being a city must be a place where any Kenyan can live. More than anything else, we should have cities that are accessible to all communities in Kenya. And I think Nakuru, over the years, in my experience, has been such a place in the country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I have every reason to support this motion and say that other urban areas which deserve to be cities should have the experience that Nakuru has had in the years. Great people, open, they are not bigots, and I think it is following the footsteps of Kisumu. And my colleagues across who are talking to themselves would realize over the weekend, Kisumu showed that it is open to everybody in this republic. And therefore, next time that Elgeyo Marakwet has a town that deserves to be a city, let it follow the example of Kisumu and Nakuru to be an open place for every citizen in this country. But having said that, I think those who manage our towns and cities have got great responsibilities of ensuring that they are properly planned, that from the taxes that people pay, whether they are local or coming from the national government, they are properly used to maintain these cities. Because, you know, cities are the human habitats of now and the future. Less and less people are living in rural countryside. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, if we have the current arrangement where basically all cities fall under devolved units, and this is where the great populations are, governors have extra responsibility of ensuring that these kind of habitats are livable, they are well planned, and that within it there are no complaints, the kind of which have been addressed in this report. And I hope that report in itself would not make any member fail to support this motion for the elevation of Nakuru to city status. Mr. Speaker, I don't think I have any further remarks on this. I support the motion.
Senator Mwaruma.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii ili kuchangia na kuunga mkono huu mswada wa kufanya mji wa Nakuru kuwa mji mkuu. Naunga mkono kwa sababu mbili. Ya kwanza ikiwa ni kwamba ule mji wa Nakuru umefikia vile vigezo vyote ama umetimiza vigezo vyote vya kuwa mji mkuu. Na vigezo hivi huwa ni nambari ya watu ama idadi ya watu, na vile wamejitayarisha kutoa kwa mfano majitaka ama sewerage na kadhalika. Na la pili pia napenda kuunga mkono mji ule kuwa mji mkuu, kwa sababu seneta wa Nakuru Mheshimiwa Susan Kihika amekuwa mstari wa mbele pia kupigia upato ule mji wa Nakuru kuwa mji mkuu. La haula, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni vizuri niseme ya kwamba tungependa huu mji uwe mji mkuu, lakini usifanywe kuwa mji mkuu sasa hivi. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, ninapoongea huku ni kwamba kuna ripoti ya kamati ya Labor na Social Welfare ambayo ni kamati ya nyumba hii, na mimi Mheshimiwa Spika nikiwa ni naibu wa mwenyekiti wa hiyo kamati, tuko na pendekezo la kusema ya kwamba hatungependelea kwa sasa hivi ule mji wa Nakuru kuwa mji mkuu, kwa sababu ya yale maswala ama matukio yaliyotokea kule Nakuru ya kutoa watoto wadogo, wa kutoa zile familia za mijini na kuzitupa katika misitu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo wakati mara kwa mara tunapokuwa na maombi ama petitions za wananchi wetu, wakati tumeandika ripoti ya kamati, huwa mwandishi wa seneti ama clerk wa senate anaandika barua na kupeana ile ripoti kwa taasisi ili yale mapendekezo yatimizwe. Na hapo sasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ndio nina shida, kwa sababu wale watu wa Nakuru walioandika petition kwa hii nyumba wako na mapendekezo ambayo mengine yanatakikana kutekelezwa ama kutimizwa na nyumba hii ya Senate. Na pendekezo moja ni kwamba tusipeane ule mji wa Nakuru city status kwa sasa, mpaka watuhakikishie kwamba kuna miundo msingi ama miundo mbinu ya kutosha ya kuhakikisha kwamba wale wananchi wote wanaoishi mji wa Nakuru, ikiwa ni walalahoi ama walalahai, maskini ama tajiri, watapatiwa nafasi yao ya kuishi mji wa Nakuru bila kutatizwa na mtu. Na tunauliza hivi, tuliuliza kama kamati ya Labor na Social Welfare ya kwamba kama serikali ya Nakuru inaweza kutoa na kutupa wananchi wao wenyewe kule msituni na haija kuwa city bado, na hawajaunda miundo mbinu ya kuhakikisha kwamba hawa watoto wanaishi kwa mazingira yanayofaa, je, tukiwapatia city status si ndio watupilia mbali zaidi? Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba wenzangu wanikubalie kwamba kwa sasa hivi tuangushe huu mswada, alafu tupeane serikali ya Nakuru muda kidogo ili wajifahamu, wajielewe, waunde miundo mbinu ya kutosha ya kuhakikisha kwamba mwananchi yeyote anayeishi Nakuru ako na haki sawa na yule mwingine, awaye maskini ama tajiri, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa sababu vile Mheshimiwa Mtula Kilonzo amesema, wale wananchi waliotupwa porini, msituni, na wengine wakaliwa na wanyama, Mheshimiwa Spika, wako na haki kama sisi wengine, na tukitoa damu yao na damu yetu yote, damu yenyewe ni nyekundu. Kwa hivyo ningependa kusihi wenzangu, kwa sababu tuko na report tayari, na Mheshimiwa Sakaja amejaribu online kuingia lakini hajaweza. Kwa niaba ya kamati yangu naomba ya kwamba tuangushe huu mswada kwa leo, tuwapatie serikali ya Nakuru wajielewe na wapate ufahamu wa kulea watu wao vizuri, alafu kwa muda mwingine ujao wa usoni tupitishe huu mswada wa kuwa na city status. Hakuna mtu ambaye hataki kuwa na city. Zamani kwetu tukitoka kule Taita.
Okay, muda wako umeisha. Senator Langat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to say something about this particular motion of elevating Nakuru town to a city. It has all that it takes, being an agricultural hub, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of special attachment to this particular city because I went to Nakuru High School and Menengai, whereby I am privileged to say that I was a classmate of Mheshimiwa David Kigaria. We attended the same class, and I want to say I have a lot of do not disturb. I have a lot of attachment to this particular place. Geographically, it is central, and I want to say that it deserves to be a city. However, I would like to say that it has a lot of challenges of late. Long time ago, it was a very a good place, but of late, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that it is facing a lot of image challenges. The governor, the current governor, Mr. Speaker, I have heard people talk about the issue where the governor had taken a very inhuman position of actually taking those particular street children to the bush, whereby they suffered so much. He also paid very little attention to the issues that were faced by the people in Solai. And I want also to say that of late, people, maybe Susan is the only one who knows about what is happening in Nakuru. This particular gentleman actually did what was so inhuman of late by actually destroying small businesses, the kiosk of Mama Mbogas, and the rest in an attempt to make sure that Nakuru becomes clean at an expense of human life. So people in Nakuru actually are not very happy the way we think. They are not even proud of being in Nakuru town. They are even hearing whatever we are talking about and wondering, do these people know actually what is happening in Nakuru? So the image that this particular man has brought to Nakuru, and very funny, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that he is only doing what actually Jesus Christ was saying, actually washing only the outside part of the cup, but the inside is rotten. I would wish to advise some of us to go down to some parts of Nakuru in Kivumbini, near Nakuru and those other particular places. Nakuru Stadium, which is a Fra Stadium, which used to be the best stadium in Rift Valley, is now completely rotten and neglected. So I want to say, before we elevate, we allow, Susan will forgive me for this, she has really been trying to woo us to support this idea of Nakuru City. But I want to say, Susan, your effort is being watered down by that particular monstrous governor who is in Nakuru. Let us give him time until you become the governor or any other person who has a human heart, so that we elevate this particular town to a city. Otherwise, as of now, people will wonder what is the Senate scene in this particular city where the residents are so much suffering. The people who are actually... I want to say that he has said something, and because he's an elder from my area, I just want to say, as of now, I don't support it until the image of this particular place is improved. Susan continue doing something to improve the social image of Nakuru, and we shall talk about it later. And I want to say I don't support as of now until the governor become humane enough.
Senator Susan Kihika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to contribute to this very important motion that has a lot to do with my wonderful, beautiful county of Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, like most of my colleagues who have spoken before me, I'm very conflicted this afternoon. And the reason I'm very conflicted, Mr. Speaker, is because in all being very pragmatic and looking at the big picture, Nakuru deserves to be a city. Nakuru, like Kisumu, Mombasa, and Nairobi, should be a city, and it has done well so far, that there is nothing really that should stop it from being a city. But on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, we have a governor who is sitting, or who is the current governor of Nakuru County, Mr. Lee Kinyanjui, whose actions in attempting or in trying to get Nakuru to become a city are so contrary to what a human being or a leader should be, that it breaks my heart to imagine that I will be voting to elevate Nakuru municipality into a city, while to get there, the governor had to round up 41 street children in the middle of the night using 2 trucks or 2 cars that had county plates and go and throw them away in the bushes or in the forest in Chamasusu. And out of those 41 children, only 36 were recovered. So as we speak, and as I stand here today asking or pushing forward so that my county or Nakuru municipality can become a city, the issue of those 5 missing children, who I would imagine or assume were probably eaten by hyenas in Chamasus, really hangs heavy on me as a mother and as a leader. So that when I say I'm conflicted, that is part of the problem. I have also watched the governor very heartlessly displace the Matatu group in Nakuru County. They have been removed, forcefully removed from where they used to operate from, just in trying to make sure that Nakuru was able to attain the city status. They were taken to the outskirts of town, where very old women, for example, have to move all over the place without knowing where to go to board the matatus, in a place where there is no water, there are no toilets, and it is just inhumane. So when I say again that I'm conflicted this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, that is what I am speaking to. However, Mr. Speaker, I will not penalize the wonderful people of Nakuru County, of Nakuru Town, Nakuru municipality, who deserve a city, because then it will give a better business environment. Many hotels have closed down. By elevating it to a city, we get more tourism. But I must say that Nakuru must not proceed in a way that it only caters to the rich people in Nakuru, where the poor are seen to be an eyesore and therefore removed from the town, where the street children are rounded up and thrown into the forest, just so that those who are an eyesore to the governor and his administration can be removed so as to attain city status. So I will support Nakuru becoming a city, because I know he will not serve forever. And I'm hopeful that even in the next term, I will hopefully be able to remove him, so that when we become a city, we can place the matatus in a place where they can operate in a good business environment. And I promise to take care of those who are less fortunate, like the street children. Thank you.
I call upon the mover to reply.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply, and very briefly, responsibility will follow this conferment, and that was the word of Senator Wetangula and Professor Kindiki. Number 2, the resolution of the House must be seen as the report of the Devolution Committee, the debate that has been captured in the Hansard, and the report of the Labour Committee on the issues surrounding street children. Number 3, in the words of Senator Mutula Kilonzo, I want to beg the House to approve the report, but not to forget the things that have been brought before the Senate that are still outstanding. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the city of Nakuru, if it comes to fruition, will not be about Lee Kinyanjui. Today is governor, tomorrow, or at some point someone else will be governor. It will not be about Susan Kihika. Today she's a fellow senator, tomorrow she could be in the Council of Governors. It is not even about my brother Peter Kajwang, who is an MCA in Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, Nakuru City is about the 42 communities and Kenyans and the millions of people who call Nakuru home. Mr. Speaker, with that, I beg to move and urge the House to support the report of the Devolution Committee. Thank you.
Okay, order senators, I want to give a bit of direction on this. The bell will be rung once,
for 4 issues. One, order number 8, order number 9, order number 10, and order number 12. And for the motion on at order number 12 is a matter affecting counties, therefore we shall also vote by delegation, just like this. Yeah. So I directed the bell be rung for 5 minutes. Yeah, those who are online, you log in again so that you're able to vote.
Those who are out, come in, come in. Okay. Okay, order. Take your seats. Order, senators. I will be on my feet. Take your seats. So we have 4 divisions. We are starting with the first one. Take your seats. Oh, you has told me it's okay. You should have confirmed the whip. Huh? Okay, now put the question, which is that the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2020, be read a second time. Can you tell us? One for the eyes, another for the nose. And of Senator Uta, okay. Okay, that's mental health.
Roll call division on the Mental Health Amendment Bill. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County. No, she's not. Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim.
Yes.
Yeah, she's online. Call out.
Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County. She's there.
Senator Dulo?
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Good.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County.
Is he online?
Is he online?
Is he online?
Senator Boy Issa Juma, Kwale County. He was online. Yes, Issa Juma.
Senator Juma?
I vote yes.
Senator Cherarkei Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
Okay, I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheruiyot Aaron Kipchirui, Kericho County. He had not logged in. Senator Haji Abdul, Garissa County.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Hargura Godana, Marsabit County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malaki Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jepkoech, Uasin Gishu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irungu, Muranga County. Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County.
Senator Haniri. Okay, proceed, you come back.
Senator Kibiru Charles Rubenson, Kirinyaga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kihika Susan Wakarura, Nakuru County. On record.
I vote yes.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kizure, Tharaka Nithi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County.
I vote yes.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
I vote yes.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Lutumbesi, Samburu County.
Lelegwe vote.
Request.
I vote yes.
Senator Linturi Franklin Midika, Meru County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Loitip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Mathayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County. Senator Mohamed Malim, Mandera County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County. Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
Senator Mbito.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. I think he had logged in at some point. We can move on, we can come back later.
Yes, Senator Mogeni. Okay, we should come back.
Senator Moy Gideon Kipsielei Towet, Baringo County.
Vote, Senator Moy.
He's mute. He's mute.
Unmute.
Ndio.
Okay.
I voted yeah.
Okay.
Senator Mpaei Philip Salau, Kajiado County.
I vote yes.
Why is he?
I vote yes.
That's Mpaei.
Was voted.
Senator Murkomen Onesmus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mudhama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County. She was online.
Senator Kavindu. She was online, yeah.
We'll come back later.
Okay.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mwangi Paul Givyomi, Nyandarua County.
Most experienced.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Munyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County. He was online, Munyihaji.
Haji was online. Vote.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Nderitu John Kinyua, Laikipia County. He's here. Request.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Pogisio Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County.
Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Aga, Nairobi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wako Sitwila Amos, Busia County. Wako. Requests.
Yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kio, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Repeat this for those who. Yeah, yes, also.
Senator Ali Abdullah Ibrahim, Wajir County.
I vote yes. Doctor, why are you meeting us when you want us to vote?
Senator Cheruiyot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County. Senator Imana Malaki Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Kangata Irongo, Muranga County. Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County. Attempting. Haniri. Let's move on. Who else? Senator Loitiptip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Mathayo Stewart Machiru, Kilifi County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Mudama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County.
Senator Kavindu.
Yes, Speaker, I vote yes.
I see.
Kavindu.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we heard.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. You voted.
Okay, I had disappeared a bit. The network here is not very good. I really wanted to vote also for Nakuru and to speak, but
You will vote. You will vote.
give us a chance.
You will vote. We are coming on that.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Speaker, can you hear me? Khaniri here.
Khaniri, yes. Khaniri, George, vote.
Can I vote now?
Vote.
Yes, I vote yes.
Good.
Mr. Speaker, was I heard?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, he voted.
Yeah, you voted. We heard you.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. You can touch.
Okay, honorable senators. We are going to the next one, order number 9. I now put the question. These are the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2020, be read a second time. Okay.
The same. You have the division list, eh? Yeah. Are we ready? Senator Adan Lulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ali Abdullah Ibrahim, Wajir County. Senator Ali.
Senator Ali.
Chairman, I didn't hear the question, Chairman. Speaker. Oh.
Vote.
How do I vote? I didn't hear the question.
The Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill.
I'll vote later, proceed.
The Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill. Vote.
Okay, I vote yes.
Senator Boy Issa Juma, Kwale County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Cherargei Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County. Senator Haji Abdul, Garissa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Hargura Godana, Marsabit County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malaki Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret, Uasin Gishu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irungu, Muranga County. Senator Khaniri George, Vihiga County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Vihiga votes yes for the Wildlife Conservation and Management Bill.
Senator Kibiru Charles Robinson, Kirinyaga County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kihika Susan, Nakuru County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kidhure, Tharaka Nithi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County.
I vote yes.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Lutumbesi, Samburu County. He left. Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County. Senator Loitiptip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Mathayo Stewart Machiu, Kilifi County. Senator Mahamud Mohamed Malim, Mandera County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County.
On behalf of Kakamega delegation, Speaker, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have never lifted and delegated my vote to anybody. So nobody should never, ever vote on my behalf. So I vote yes on behalf of Kakamega people. Be notified.
Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County. Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
Okay, vote. Who is that?
Mbito.
Senator Mbito, vote.
You can come next time.
Senator Mbito. Okay, you come back.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Moi Gideon Kipsielei Towet, Baringo County.
vote yes.
How has he voted?
Senator Moi, vote.
Yeah, I vote yes.
Okay.
Senator Mpaei Philip Salau, Kajiado County. Senator Mpaei.
Senator Mbaye, vote. Senator Mbaye.
Senator Murkomen.
Senator Mbaye. Is there? Vote.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Murkomen Onesmus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mudama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Machakos County, I vote yes.
Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County.
I vote yes.
Senator Maruma Jones Mashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Nderitu John Kinyua, Laikipia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Pogishio Samuel Losron, West Pokot County.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Ada, Nairobi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wako Sitwila Amos, Busia County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kio, Kitui County.
Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
So we tally quickly, yeah?
Okay, order, senators. Take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seat, leader. Order number 10, I now put the question, which is that the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2021, be read a second time. Vote, the same tellers.
Okay. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali?
He has voted.
Oh, he has voted, okay.
I vote yes, Speaker. I vote yes.
Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County.
Mr. Speaker, Kwale County vote yes.
Senator Cherarkei Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes to the county allocation of revenue bill.
Senator Cheruiyot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County. Senator Haji Abdul, Garissa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Hargura Godana, Marsabit County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malaki Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Kajuan Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jepkoech, Western Gishu County.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kangata Irungu, Muranga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
With their education.
Senator Kaniri George, Vihiga County.
Mr. Speaker, Vihiga County votes yes for the county allocation of revenue bill.
Senator Kibiru Charles Rubenson, Kirinyaga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kihika Susan, Nakuru County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kizure, Tharaka Nithi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Maina, Nyeri County. Has he left? Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County. Langat, at the back.
Mike, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bomet County, I vote yes.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Lutumbesi, Samburu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Linturi Franklin Midhika, Meru County. Senator Loitiptip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Mathayo Stewart Machiru, Kilifi County. Senator Mahmoud Mohamed Malim.
Who is that?
Speaker, I vote yes.
Okay.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Moi Gideon Kipselei Towet, Baringo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mpaei Philip Salau, Kajiado County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Murkomen Onesmus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mudhama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Machakos, I vote yes.
Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County. Senator Mwaruma Jones Mashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Munyihaji, not in the division. Not. Senator Munyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Nderitu John Kinyua, Laikipia County. Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County. Senator Nderitu John Kinyua, Laikipia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County. Senator Ndwiga Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes to send money to counties.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Kisii County, I vote yes on county allocation revenue bill.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County. Request.
I vote yes.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Pogisho Samuel Osron, West Pokot County.
Senator, Leader of Majority.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Ada, Nairobi County. Senator Pogisho.
Sakaja, vote.
Mr. Speaker, to send an upwards of 15 billion to the people of Nairobi, I vote yes.
Senator Pogisho Samuel Osron, West Pokot County. Senator Wako Siswila Amos, Busia County.
Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enokio, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, to give 11 billion Kenya shillings to the people of Kitui County, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Tangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
We go over it once more. Senator Imana Malaki, Turkana County. Senator Kangata Irungu, Muranga County. Senator Linturi, Franklin.
Senator Pogisho, vote.
Hey.
Vote. We can't hear you.
I vote yes.
Senator
I vote
Linturi,
yes.
Senator Linturi Franklin, Mithika, Meru County. Senator Loitiptip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Mathias Stewart, Kilifi County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County.
I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golit Juma, Tana River County.
Senator Mtula. Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr. So answer.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, owing to the time left and in view of the business still on the order paper, I move under Standing Order 31(3)A that we extend the sitting time until we complete the business on at number 10, 11, and 12 in the order paper. Thank you.
Seconder. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Okay, I propose the question. Where is that? What's your point of order?
The standing order referred to by my colleague is quite clear in terms of it has to be moved 30 minutes.
We were caught when we were in a division.
Unless you use the standing order number 1.
Yes.
So that we can be procedural.
We were caught in a division, and that's allowed. I propose, I put, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
31, 3A, the time except is time, the House extended time until conclusion of order number 11 and 19.
Yes, be there. I propose that pursuant to Standing Order number 31, 3A, we extend the time until conclusion of the business on the order paper at order number 11 and 12 and 19. I put the question that pursuant to Standing Order number 31, 3A, I extend the time to the extend the time till the end of businesses on the order paper number 11, 12, and 19. As manner of that opinion say aye. As manner of the contrary of you say nay. The ayes have it. Let's proceed. Okay. Order, senators. I now put the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. Order, Senator Maina. Order, Senator. Order. Freeze. Order, Senator. Okay, order, senators. Order. I now put the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the conferment of city status to Nakuru Municipality, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 25th May 2021, and pursuant to Section 8(6) of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, approves the conferment of city status to Nakuru Municipality. Yeah, let's vote.
Senator Adandulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
Senator Dulo.
We can come later. Senator Ali Abdullah Ibrahim, Wajir County.
I vote no.
Senator Boy Issa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes.
Senator Cherakei Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
Mr. Speaker, since the children were dumped in the forest, I vote no.
Senator Cheruyot Aaron Kipchirui, Kericho County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Haji Abdul, Garissa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes for Nakuru City.
Senator Hargura Godana, Marsabit County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malaki Charles, Turkana County. Senator Kajuang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret, Wasinigishu County.
Senator Kamar Margaret, Wasinigishu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irungu, Muranga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Khaniri George, Vihiga County.
Mr. Speaker, to upgrade Nakuru town to a city, I vote yes.
Senator Kibiru Charles Robinson, Kirinyaga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kihika Susan, Nakuru County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kimani Paul, Kiambu County.
She voted yes. She voted yes. There were difficulties with her mask.
Senator Kimani Paul, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kidhure, Tharaka-Nithi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi, Nyeri County.
I vote yes.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
Mr. Speaker, because Susan spoke so passionately about the importance of the theme and improving the image, I'm convinced 10 and 40 years.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Rutumbesi, Samburu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County.
I vote yes.
Senator Loitip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Mathayo Stewart, Kilifi County. Senator Mahamoud Mohamed Malim, Mandera County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wakungu, Kakamega County.
Mr. Speaker, since Nakuru is a transit town to Kakamega, I vote yes.
Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County.
Mr. Speaker, for the love of cities, I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Moi Gideon Kipfielei, Baringo County.
For the great people of Nakuru and my lifelong association with Nakuru, I vote yes.
Senator Mpai Philip Salau, Kajiado County.
Mbaye. Mbaye vote. Vote unmute.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murkomen Onespas Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
For the love of the great people of Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mudama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County.
Kavindu vote.
Mr. Speaker, I really wanted to speak something on this. I'm voting yes. But allow me to say something very small.
You don't out of order.
About those.
Out of order.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County.
Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Maruma Jones Mashushe, Taita Taveta County.
In support of Senator Susan Kihika, who spoke very passionately about the city status of Nakuru. And because I know very soon she will be the governor to fight for the rights of the children, I vote yes.
Senator Mwinyi Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
To welcome the great people of Nakuru to the elite club of city counties, I vote yes.
Senator Nderitu John Kinyua, Laikipia County. Kinyua, request.
Bwana Spika, Nakuru ni majirani wangu na majirani ni mpaka waangaliane vizuri. Kwa niaba ya majirani, mimi napiga kura ndio.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County.
For the cosmopolitan people and city of Nakuru, I vote yes.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
As a city senator of Kisumu, I vote yes in support.
Senator Pogishio Samuel Osuron, West Pokot County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Ada, Nairobi County.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot cry more than the bereaved, but my committee will continue to pursue justice for the children of Nakuru County, but for the greater sake of the county, I vote yes on this.
I'm a vote yes.
Senator Sakaja, what did you vote? Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, am I audible?
Voted? Yes. Okay.
Senator wako Siswila Amos, Busia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kio, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, having extracted a firm commitment from Senator Kiika that when she becomes governor, she will fight for justice for the children of Nakuru, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Speaker, I vote yes.
Okay, we have one vote to go, so one vote to go. Okay, order, senators. Order, take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable senators, the results, Senator Omanga, take your seat. You have just come now and you are disrupting. Take your seat. Honorable senators, the results are as follows. 1, the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2020, abstentions 0, nays 0, ayes 39, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Mental Health Act and for connected purposes.
The second, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2020, abstentions 0, nays 0, ayes 37, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act and for connected purposes.
Third was the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2021, abstention 0, nays 0, ayes 38, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2021-2022 financial year, the responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes.
Okay, we still have our vote, so members should not leave. So number 4, the report on conferment of Nakuru municipality to city status, abstention 0, nays 2, ayes 38, the ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole. The County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2021.
Honorable Senators, we are on there. Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats. Order, members, order. Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats. We are now considering the committee of the whole on the County Allocation and Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 20 of 2021. We are considering the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2021. Which one?
Clauses 3 and 4.
Senator Kibiru. Mover.
I move that clauses 3 and 4 be part of the bill.
I propose the question that clauses 3 and 4 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 3 and 4 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 5.
Senator Kibiru.
I move that clause 5 be part of the bill.
Be amended. Can you put it right?
I move that clause 5 be amended.
Amended as proposed in the order paper.
I move that clause 5 be amended as proposed in the bill.
I propose the question that clause 5
in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Amendment proposed. Okay. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 6.
Chairperson.
I move that clause 6 be amended as proposed in the standing order. No. In the order paper. As proposed in the order paper.
I propose, honorable members, kindly.
In the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clauses 7, 8, 9, and 10.
I propose the question that clauses 7, 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 7, 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Honorable Senators, kindly consult in low tones so that you don't interrupt the proceedings of the House. What we are doing is very important.
New clause 11.
I propose that clause 11 be read the second time.
I propose the question now. I propose the question that new clause 11 be read a second time. I put the question that new clause 11 be now read a second time. Division at the end.
The first schedule.
Chair.
I move that the first schedule be part of the bill.
I propose the question that the second schedule.
The first.
I propose the question that the first schedule be part of the bill. I put the question that the first schedule be part of the bill. Division at the end.
The second schedule.
I propose that the second schedule be part of the bill.
I propose the question that the second schedule be amended as proposed. I put the question that the second schedule be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 2, the title, and clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 2, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 2, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Honorable Senators, we are going into divisions. We are now going into divisions. Can the bell be rung for 2 minutes? Honorable Senators, we are going to Can we ring the bell for a further 5 minutes, please?
Tanya, you know this will go very quickly. Yeah. So you prepare the speaker, and then the notes for the move and the. Then it was speaker. That's why I'm. So I think. Yeah. But you need to move quickly before we proceed with anything. Make sure that. Which one? There are so many. You can pick one time.
At what stage we did this? The speaker is the one to invite you?
when we are now there, when we have gone to plenary.
So this one will go to the speaker?
Yes, whoever will have taken the, yeah.
So you can stop the bell. You can't stop the bell.
We want to ascertain that there is someone to take the chair. Chairman, I don't see the speaker. Call the speaker.
Can the bell be rung for another 2 minutes? Can we stop the bell? Honorable Senators, we are going to do 3 divisions and we'll take it at once. So if you are voting, you have to vote 3 times. Yes, whatever way you want to vote. We are taking 3 votes. The first one is for the new clause. The second one is for the all the clauses. So whenever you vote, Honorable Senators, indicate how you're voting. You have to indicate 1, 2, 3, the 3 divisions. I've already explained. Can the tellers come forward? Tell us, please. Senator Outa and Senator Kibiru. Honorable Senators, we are taking 3 votes, and as you respond on the 3. I vote yes on the 3 or no, nay. So let it be clear to the Senators.
Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I'm not saying. No. I put all of them. Huh? Honorable Senators, I now put the question that the new clause 11 be now read a second time. I put the question that clause 5, 6 and the second schedule be amended as proposed. I put the question that clauses 3, 4, 5 as amended, 6 as amended, 7, 8, 9, 10, new clause 11, the first schedule, the second schedule as amended, clause 2, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill.
Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County. Senator Ali Abdullah Ibrahim, Wajir County.
I vote for the 3. I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Boy Issa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes for the 3.
They can't hear you.
I vote for the 3.
But yeah.
Senator Cherarkei Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the 3.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkurui, Kericho County. Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkurui, Kericho County.
But Senators, can we have some order? Order, please.
Senator Haji Abdul, Garissa County. Senator Hargura Godana, Marsabit County.
Mr. Speaker.
Senator Hargura Godana, Marsabit County.
I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Kajuan Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
I vote yes on the 3.
Senator Kamal Margaret Jepkoech, was in Gishu County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Kangata Irungu, Muranga County. Senator Kanuti George, Vihiga County. Senator Kibiru Charles Robinson, Kirinyaga County.
Chair, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Kihika Susan Kwakarura, Nakuru County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul, Kiambu County.
I vote yes for the 3.
Honorable Senators, we agreed that when you're voting, you vote for the 3. So don't vote for 1. We are having 3 divisions.
Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka Nithi County.
I vote yes, yes, yes.
Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County.
I vote yes.
For the 3. No, you have to say it.
I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
Yeah, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Tumbesi, Samburu County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes, yes, yes.
Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County.
Madam, I vote yes for the 3. I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Loitiptip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Mazayo Stewart Matsiru, Kilifi County. Senator Mahmoud Mohamed Maalim, Mandera County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County. Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes, yes, yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Moi Gideon Kipsilei Towet, Baringo County.
I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Mpaye Philip Salau, Kajiado County. Senator Murkomen Onesmus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Mudhama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I vote yes. I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Mwangi Paul Gidiomi, Nyandarua County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Mwenyehaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Nderitu John Kinyua, Laikipia County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County. Senator Nduga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
Embu County votes yes for the 3.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County.
Madam Chair, Kisii County votes yes, yes, yes for the 3.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
Kisumu vote yes for the 3.
Senator Pogisho Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County.
Yes, Speaker. Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur.
You'll have to repeat that one. He has not voted 3 times.
Senator Pogisho Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County.
I vote yes for all 3.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur, Nairobi County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes for the first 2. And for the third one, I vote yes.
Senator wako Swisila Amos, Busia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote, yes. No, not Speaker, Chairman. I vote yes. For number 1, 2, and 3.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kio, Kitui County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes on all the 3. That's the last? We have one more. To report
Senator
back, yes.
Adam Dulo, Fatima, Isiolo County.
I vote yes, Chair. I vote yes.
On all the 3?
Yes, on the 3.
Yes, on all the 3. On all the 3.
Senator Cheruiyot Aaron Kipkirui. Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Haji Abdul, Garissa County.
I vote yes for all the 3, Madam Chair.
Senator Kangata Irungu, Murang'a County. Senator Khaniri George, Vihiga County.
Madam, I already voted. Hello? Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Kindly vote.
I had already voted.
No, you did not. Just vote.
I vote yes. I vote yes, yes, and yes. For the second time.
Senator Loitip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Madzayo Stewart Machiru, Kilifi County. Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County.
I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Mpaye Philip Salau, Kajiado County.
I'm not voted. I've been skipped, lady. Why have I been skipped?
Senator Mpaei Philip Salau, Kajiado County. Senator Wario Golich, Tana River County.
Yeah. Honorable Senators, some order, please. I wish to announce the results as follows. On Division 1, nays 0, abstention 0, ayes 39. The ayes have it. Division 2, no abstention, no nays, ayes 39. The ayes have it. On the third division, no abstention, no nays, ayes 39, the ayes have it. The mover to report.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2021, and its approval thereof with or without amendments. With amendments.
Order, honorable members. I put the question that a committee do report to the House its I do report to the House its I put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2021, and its approval therewith amendments. That's what I've said. As many as are of the opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Honorable Senators, I now call upon the mover to report progress.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Chairperson. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the county allocation and revenue bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2021, and its approval there with amendments.
Mover.
Now what do I read? Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report.
Call upon the seconder.
I call Olekina to second.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose a question which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Senators, I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2021, be now read a third time, and request Senator Olekina to second.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose a question which is that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2021, be now read a third time. Honorable Senators, I put a question which is that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2021, be now read a third time. Division. Ring the bell for 2 minutes. Tell us. Honorable Senators, I now put the question that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2021, be now read at that time.
Senator Adam Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes, Chairman.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes.
Senator Boy, we didn't hear your vote. Vote again.
I vote yes.
Good.
Hear me?
Senator Cherarkei Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkrui, Kericho County. Senator Haji Abdul, Garissa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Hargura Godana, Marsabit County. Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret Chepkoech, Uasin Gishu County.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kangata Irungu, Murang'a County. Senator Khaniri George, Vihiga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes. Am I on
Senator-
record?
Senator Kibiru Charles Rubenson.
Am I on record, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Thank you.
Senator Kihika Susan Wakarura, Nakuru County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul, Kiambu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka-Nithi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County.
I vote yes.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
Give me them. Okay, it's now good. I vote yes.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Tumbesi, Samburu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County. Senator Loitip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County. Senator Mahamud Mohamed Malim, Mandera County.
I vote yes. I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County. Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County. Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Moi Gideon Kipseloi Towet, Baringo County. Senator Mpaei Philip Salau, Kajiado County. Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mudama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mwangi Paul Gidiomi, Nyandarua County. Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mwenyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County. Senator Nderitu, sorry.
I vote yes.
Senator Nderitu John Kinyua, Laikipia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kigengo, Kisii County.
Mr. Speaker, Kisii County votes yes.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
Kisumu vote yes.
Senator Pogisho Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County.
Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur, Nairobi County.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Nairobi County, I vote yes.
Senator Wako Siswila Amos, Busia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kio, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes. Yes, I voted.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkurui, Kericho County. Senator Hargura Godana, Marsabit County. Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Kangata Irungu, Murang'a County. Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County. Senator Loitip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County. Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County. Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Moi Gideon Kipsilei Towet, Baringo County. Senator Mpaei Philip Salau, Kajiado County. Senator Mwangi Paul Gidiomi, Nyandarua County. Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County.
Order, honorable senators. Honorable senators, these are the results for the division. Ayes 32. Order, honorable senators, the result of the division. Ayes 32, nays 0, abstention 0. Ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among county governments for the 2021-2022 financial year, the responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 19, motion, adjournment of the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 28 and 29 of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, I do move that the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, the 6th of July, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the calendar of the Senate had already been moved earlier, and Mr. Speaker, it is a high time that members took a rest at this time after the work that this House has done, Mr. Speaker, which we have culminated in the passage of the counter allocations of revenue, Mr. Speaker, in which now county governments can enjoy the funds, Mr. Speaker, that they have been long awaited. We know it's still a long way to go, that indeed, although counties are receiving a little much more than they're supposed to have, than they received last year, we still have a long, long journey to ensure that we reach a threshold when our counties are able to receive funds that can adequately and sufficiently address the needs at the county government level, Mr. Speaker. And on that note, I want to congratulate and thank all the senators who have participated today patiently and waited until this moment, Mr. Speaker. It's also noteworthy, Mr. Speaker, to say that also this afternoon, we've also passed other legislation, which is important, Mr. Speaker, including the motion to elevate the status of the county of Nakuru, the town of Nakuru into a city, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, Nakuru now begins the growth that will eventually translate into a city that is worthy of the efforts that, Mr. Speaker, have been put in this endeavor. Mr. Speaker, it is also noteworthy to note that at such a time, senators need to go and mingle, talk to their people, find out, Mr. Speaker, and especially during this COVID-19 crisis, how are our counties doing, Mr. Speaker? What has been done since, Mr. Speaker, we dealt with the KEMSA scandal? Mr. Speaker, since the injections or vaccinations against COVID-19 came, Mr. Speaker, and we see how are our people doing. We know that the second vaccination, Mr. Speaker, is yet to be done en masse. Some people have enjoyed it. Are we doing what we should do, Mr. Speaker? With the scare of the Indian variant, as has been said, Mr. Speaker, in various towns, and it's alarming to hear that reports indicate that now that variant is moving to sections of remote counties, like Kericho, from Kisumu, and other counties within that region. What is the preparedness of our county governments? And these are questions, among so many others, that members of this House can now go meet with the people who have sponsored them to this house, find out, offer solutions, and when we come to convene here the next time, Mr. Speaker, in our next session, then we'll have more answers than questions, and I believe it will shape our minds, it will shape our thoughts and our debate to culminate in better and more fruitful discussions, Mr. Speaker. It's also noteworthy, Mr. Speaker, is the finalize that we remind ourselves as senators that indeed we have now less than probably 2 sessions that would only be useful to whatever agenda we have as a House to make sure that this session of Parliament is useful, because probably after we come back, within the next one and the second session, Mr. Speaker, we should all disperse, or we shall all disperse and go to our counties, and voting and campaigning sincere will start. And the questions that should be lingering on our minds is, what kind of house, what kind of legacy, what kind of work have we done? Will we be proud of it? And I believe all this, Mr. Speaker, as we break, are questions that will be on members' minds. And I want to wish all members a good time when we break this session. Let's make it useful, be careful also, take care of yourselves, and ensure that, Mr. Speaker, when you come back here, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to be better than we were. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move, and I want to request Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., the Senate Minority Whip, to second.
Thank you, Speaker. This is fairly procedural. I rise to second the motion to adjourn to 6th of July. I'll adjust the calendar, Mr. Speaker, so that we can give our good staff a break. And Senator Matangi, you've forgotten to congratulate our support staff. Without the support staff at the Senate and in our committees, we would not get very far with all the reports. So on behalf of our colleagues, I want to give you a hand for the work that you do, including our able team of Sergeant-at-Arms who are always with us, and all our assistants for the work they have done, braved the COVID, and therefore this is a good opportunity for everybody to take a break. Maybe the chamber can be sanitized and committees can engage in some of the petitions that are pending and reports. Committees still have a lot of work, including the Committee of Health. We still want to know the fate of COVID funds, or misappropriation or lack thereof by county governors. As we go on a break, we wish our colleagues all the best in whatever endeavor you get yourself up to, and hope when we come back, and we have said this before, and I hope, Speaker, we can find a method to fast track every pending bill. The bills, Mr. Speaker, that senators passed in the last Senate should come here. In fact, we should dedicate one afternoon or one morning and pass all those bills, because we have debated them, and I don't see the reason why we should repeat the same debate or regurgitate the same arguments that we have had here, so that when all these senators go back to their respective counties, at the very least, they will have done their duty. Senator Kirinyaga has a very interesting bill on people using nicknames and other things in the elections. It would be unfair for people to go to elections, and his well-researched bill has not been passed. It will be a gross injustice to a lot of the people who have put in a lot of work. And I hope by the time we finish, the Court of Appeal will have resolved the question of the Constitution Amendment Bill, so that we know what to do. Because this country must move forward. And by the time we finish our work, I hope and I pray that we will not have to adjust any other date. We must go to elections on 9th of August. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Honorable Senators, I now use my discretion before I put the question to call upon the Chair, Standing Committee on Energy, to make a statement relating to the activities of the committee. Okay?
You propose the question, then allow them to debate, and when we are adjourning.
Okay. Sorry, Honorable Senators. I first proceed to propose the question. That pursuant to Standing Order 28 and 29, the Senate do adjourn until 6th July 2021. Now, I think now before we proceed with the motion, I now call upon the Chair, Energy Committee, to make the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm extremely grateful. This statement is a brief statement, and I thank everybody who is in this chamber at this hour for being that patient. Mr. Speaker, I wish to read the statement on energy. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 51, subclause 1B, to make a statement on the achievements of the Standing Committee on Energy for the period up to 22nd March this year. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, the committee held a total of about 24 meetings, considered 2 statements, visited government institution, and undertook an induction retreat of all the parastatals at our deliberation. Mr. Speaker, with regard to the first statement, pursuant to Standing Order 471, Senator Kanili made a statement on an issue of topical concern regarding the electrocution of wild animals, and we held various meetings, and we have agreed that both the Ministry of Energy and the lands, they will work together to ensure that the thing that happened at Roysabu does not happen anywhere else. Mr. Speaker, the committee has written to the Cabinet Secretary of Energy seeking the response to, in respect of the issues raised with the Kenya Power and writing, and will furnish the Senate with the response in the next session. Mr. Speaker, I must say my committee has extremely been concerned with the rising costs of bills in electricity before I come to the fuel, which Kenyans are grappling about. And you remember yesterday we had a fairly heated session with the Minister regarding the Minister for Petroleum. Mr. Speaker, the committee has written to the Minister of Energy seeking the response in respect of issues raised by many Kenyans, and we are going to continue pursuing. Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard to the second statement, pursuant to Standing Order 48, Mr. Kadiri requested the statement from the Committee on the Frequent Power Shortages in Vihiga County. And Mr. Speaker, we adjudicated this matter, and the line which is supposed to ensure that Western Region has reliable power, we are informed has been already connected from, through Kisumu. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, the committee conducted familiarization tour to Kipef oil terminals, where we saw both the land and the investment lie idle. And Mr. Speaker, we engaged the ministry, and they agreed that they are going to start generating power out of the installations that used to be the Kenya oil refineries. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, the committee conducted a familiarization tour also of Kipef oil terminals, where there are 3 more berths being built at the port to ensure that ships can come and dock and discharge the oil without having to eat. At present, it's only 1 berth that has been serving this country. Mr. Speaker, In regard to the familiarization tour, I can report as follows. Kenya Petroleum and the refineries is sitting on an idle land, and that we agreed it has to come to an end and will be released to the Kenya pipeline. Mr. Speaker, Kenya Ports Authority currently building the floating bus I have mentioned, and they should be operational within this year. Kenya Pipeline Company is in the process of procuring leak detection detector between this line from Mombasa to Nairobi. It's a matter we have adjudicated. We adjudicated some serious matter at Kiboko, where there was an oil spillage, and with the way Mutula these days doesn't harass me, I take it that oil is well there. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have been very, very keen to ensure especially things touching on wananchi. And the oil detector is a very serious thing. These are some of the issues you can't understand. How an oil pipeline can be put, which is carrying hazardous fuel, and which could bring extreme disaster even to the life and the environment. And a simple leak detector could not be installed. But whatever the reasons, these are some of the strange things in this country. Mr. Speaker, we held an induction retreat on 10th of March with the Minister of Energy and the Mining and Petroleum. Then, Mr. Speaker, we come to the issue of fuel prices in this country. And we have been promised in several meetings, going to more than 10, Mr. Speaker, that these sudden increases, which Kenyans are grappling with, have to come to an end. We were promised that in March, within one month, they would bring what they are calling a fuel development levy, which would cushion the consumers. And when I talk about this, I think all of us as senators, we are actually having a barrage of, protestations from our Kenyan people regarding the high cost of fuel. And Mr. Speaker, I must also point out here that one of the causes of this is the big, taxation that is on the fuel. And we wish to coordinate with the relevant committee in Parliament and see what we can do, because we cannot continue this way. Mr. Speaker, I conclude this. As I conclude, the committee intends to carry out the following key activities during the next quarter. The committee has scheduled meetings with the Minister of Petroleum and the Mining, and we will continue to pursue issues, the Ministry of Energy, and, as I have mentioned, we are particularly concerned that the registration for that petroleum development levy, which we have been told it is a solution to these sudden and high price increases, will solve. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we will continue pursuing all things to ensure that the oil and especially the energy sector is streamlined. And Mr. Speaker, it has been our emphasis also, as contained in this statement, that Kenya should actually endeavor to move out of these diesel generating sets, which bring very high prices of electricity, and move towards the renewable form of energy. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I wish to conclude there and thank once again everybody for their patience and the tolerance against their human needs.
Now, we proceed back to order number 19, Samson Cherage.
Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Chair of Energy, my brother, Senior Senator Ephraim Maina, for that precise and concise statement on issues of energy. I want to laud him for the good work that we did. I think I've attended one of the few sessions where he has chaired, and I'm happy yesterday he did issue summons against the Minister of Energy, C.S. Munyes, and I want to assure the committee that as some of the colleagues who are not members, you have our full support. I think energy, Mr. Speaker, is so critical, especially with the fuel hikes, the issues of electricity connectivity across the country, and I want to say we are proud of the Energy Committee led by our brother, Senator Engineer from Maina, and we wish him well, and I would request, since energy is a cross-cutting issue, to once in a while be inviting the Senate of the Whole so that we can be able to be of assistance by also sharing a few issues on them. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the adjournment motion. I think it has been long overdue. We were supposed to go on a recess at some point, and I think the people who have suffered the most are our support staff. Mr. Speaker, you have to note that our support staff have been up more than us to make sure we are comfortable, the place is ready, sanitized, and what we use within. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that the COVID protocols as a Senate, we have largely, through your office and the Secretariat, we have largely been comfortable despite the challenging times that we are undergoing through as a Parliament, first since independence in this Republic. Mr. Speaker, as we go to recess, I think my colleague brothers who moved and seconded by Senator Mutula Kilonzo is that as we talk today, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know, and I hope the Committee of Health is here, as we talk today, 471 Kenyans have been given full dose of AstraZeneca vaccination. That is unfortunate because, Mr. Speaker, even as we talk, I'm worried because I'm a neighbor to Kisumu County, where it looks like, according to today's positivity rate, it's approaching 11%, over 11%, and counties like Kericho, Kisumu, and you remember also Nandi, is in the neighborhood of Kisumu. So we are worried, Mr. Speaker, that going into the future, only 471 people have been fully vaccinated. I want to challenge the Ministry of Health, our committee, especially our committee on COVID, or the Committee of Health, to talk and engage the Ministry of Health to find out why is it that for 7.5 million Kenyans are yet to receive their vaccine, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon that the Committee of Health should assist us by finding out what is the problem, because you can see Europe and America, Mr. Speaker, is reopening up. People are no longer using masks. Many people over the population in UK and in America, over half of them have received the full dose and they are reopening their economy. I hope it is not a strategy of our government of the day to use lockdowns and curfews to contain the COVID. We need now to become more innovative by vaccinating our population across the country so that our people can go back to our jobs. We need to fix the bottom-up approach. We need the mama bogas, the borders, everybody to get back to their job or where. Mr. Speaker, it's worth to note that in 2020 July, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics did indicate then that 1.7 million Kenyans had lost their livelihood. And I think those are people like watchmen, people, waiters, waiteresses, car wash, boys, those people, the people who do little jobs here and there, the people who walk maize here and there, oak sweets in our bus stops and many others. Those are the small people we are discussing about. And we are yet to know the number of Kenyans that continue to lose their jobs because of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. The third point I wanted to make in quick succession is the economy recovery. I think the economy is not doing as well as it should be because, of course, of the pandemic. I hope when we come back from the recess, the Committee of Finance and Budget and other relevant committees, Mr. Speaker, should come up with a rescue package or recovery package so that our people who lost their jobs, they can be cushioned, Mr. Speaker. And I think the economy recovery, also the government, through the Ministry of Treasury and National Planning, should share with us, Mr. Speaker, what is really happening, so that even as the economy recovers, Mr. Speaker, we can be able, and my point, I want to call upon counties, Mr. Speaker, even as they plan with the COVID, the special audit is being done. We need also to see counties where they have allocated on how to assist the recovery, the vulnerable. Now, for example, in Nandi, I would have expected the county government of Nandi to give maybe subsidized seeds and fertilizers, since this is the planting season, so that our people can go to farms, realize more food, and ensure that we maintain the inflation rate. Mr. Speaker, because if you know non-availability of food will always push the inflation rate going up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue, the fourth point is on the appointment of judges. I've seen the President has gazetted out of the 34 appointment. And I think under the Judicial Service Commission, Mr. Speaker.
What is Senator Enoch Wambua?
You know, Mr. Speaker, this motion was moved and seconded and even proposed the question. And then you gave Senator Chalagay to say something about the motion. But it's like he has gone into debate, Mr. Speaker. Can you please guide us on this matter?
Senator Chalagay, restrict your contributions to the motion of adjournment as contained in order number 19. You are making your personal statement now.
Mr. Speaker, of course, stand guided. I don't know why my brother is getting agitated. Senator Wambua, I'm just concluding, is that I just was commenting on that as we go to recess, the Committee of JLAC, they were arguing about, I remember I was invited when the Attorney General appeared. It is a public matter, so I was saying, even as we go to recess, we must become cognizant of the fact that the appointments are made, around several charges have been left out, and I hope the Committee of JLAC will intervene so that we are told whether these 6 that were left out, were they corrupt or there is another political vendetta. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of corruption, especially on the issues of KEMSA supplies, I want to call upon the Committee of Health to work with the KEMSA so that those supplies that are staying there, and we need to fix this issue of corruption, Mr. Speaker. You know, corruption is all over. You know, even as we go to the counties, we should not only go and restrict ourselves to sanitization, wearing masks, social distancing. We should walk around those counties. I want to challenge senators. If you're in Kitui, can you find time, even in Makueni, to visit those county projects? They could be elephants. Because what we see in Nairobi looks so nice, just like a beauty contest. But when you go deeper, the beautiful ground is different. And you look, for example, like Harambee Sacco, we are seeing corruption happening. We have seen senior management people working out. We have seen non-performance of loans within the Harambee Sacco, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is the time that the JLAC is called to order, or is requested to be looking at, for example, what is happening in Harambee Sacco is sad, Mr. Speaker. You find that the chair of that Harambee Sacco, which is the government has shares, senior management are going out. There is non-performance of loans, and we are talking about the COVID. So when you see like Harambee Sacco, where it's now becoming a bastion of corrupt practices, poor peer relation services, poor governance, and I think the board and the management should be able to be careful. I'm just pointing out Harambee Sacco because that is what is happening to Kenyans as we talk into the future. Finally, as Senator Mutula said, we hope this issue of the BBI appeal will be resolved once and for all. And I want to support the Episcopal Conference, the Catholic bishops, that BBI is not as a necessity. We can do it after 2022. Let us do elections. Then when the Hustler Nation has taken over, we can now come and fix this country to a BBI process. I support the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, there are no more interest. Honorable Senators, it's now time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, 6th July 2021 at 2:30 p.m.